Hello. Welcome. It is Endwalker. It is Sucro. It is Final Fantasy XIV. Here is Sucro. And some Bunui. The hum emote is kind of in rhythm with this. Also, this is my sage outfit that I made. Hello. I still don't have captions at the moment. I've decided that I guess they're probably not super necessary. They'd be nice, but if I can't find an easy to use working caption thing, then I guess I won't bother too much. I have decided to invest in Sage for now, so I have this outfit, and also I actually have better equipment than I've had for a while. Some of this is eye level 650. Yeah, I like the Sage look. The thing with Sage is that I am prone to feeling terrible when I make any mistakes and cause any problems. And if you're not a tank, you die in like 2 hits to a lot of mechanics if you don't remember all of them. And I don't have a great memory or great reflexes. So there are some problems with this idea, potentially, but we'll see how it goes. Regardless of that, it's not Sage time right now anyway, it's Carpenter time. Also, oh, this is a new hairstyle also, because there's 2 hairstyles you can unlock from the island. It is interesting how I went from feeling like there were only certain hairstyles that were correct for Sucro to feeling like basically any hairstyle works for Sucro. The one thing that is incorrect for Sucro is changing her hair color. That makes her look like a completely different character, and it's weird. I think I've shown that before. Anyway, Dreaming Way. I see. As per, well, what is now usual, I guess, I can't guarantee I'll have this available every stream, but we will open by doing the Loporrit and Omicron advancement quests, and then go to Pandaemonium. The machining station has surpassed our wildest imaginings. What are those things? Mechanical mysteries aside, we've gathered a good crowd. Yet I know we can do more. I feel it in my ears. I asked the others if they had any ideas, and apparently Managing Way has it all planned out. Managing Way, can you share your thoughts with Sucro? Certainly. Consider, if you will, the traditional Loporrit diet. Carrots, carrots, and more carrots. Many of us, myself included, have in fact subsisted exclusively on carrots. Contact with the people of Aetheris, however, has revealed a whole world of non-carrot foodstuffs, in addition to fascinating trades and traditions entirely centered around food. If a Loporrit's heart harbored a secret passion for such cuisine, how would they know? They would not, until they visited our one-of-a-kind cooking station, that is. A delicious idea, is it not? I'm genuinely asking. I too have eaten naught but carrots, you see. And thus we arrive at our primary issue, staffing. There are few Loporrits with sufficient knowledge of cuisine. What about Pudding Way? Or I know a Cooking Way. Cooking Way. Sucro unironically, what about Puddin' Way? Oh no, Hopper's hold will be stuffed to the brim with pudding before the day is out. The acoustics would be dreadful, and I doubt Inventing Way's machines are pudding-proof. At least they don't doubt Pudding Way's ability to create pudding. They just doubt Pudding Way's ability to create pudding in moderation. Perhaps we should ask Cooking Way after all. There truly is no better loporrit for the job. That is true. Proof is in pudding. Unfortunately, he is currently studying with the Charlians. We would need to coax him back to the moon if he's to work with us. Perhaps he won't need coaxing. We won't know until we try. Though I don't fancy wandering through the city by myself again, what with the gleaners running to and fro. They never watch where they're swinging those pointy knees of theirs. Wait, what? Please, would you come and protect me from the knees? Leave it to me, I guess. I'm in your debt. Together we shall brave the fearsome Aetheryte Plaza. I'm suddenly reminded of Mega Man Legends 2, I believe. Oh, is it? This is a hairstyle that you can only get from the Island Sanctuary, so if you haven't done that yet, then I don't know if you could have this. I don't think this is marketable. It might be. I actually don't remember if the Island Sanctuary hairstyles are marketable. I think it's like... I don't know what it's called either. Anyway, I think I was reminded of, Mega Man Legends 2, where there are at one point rabbits that if they collide with Mega Man, they go spiraling into the distance with a good, like, impact sound. That's what I'm expecting happens to Dreaming Way when people aren't watching where they're going. All those people, all those knees, but we must approach if we are to inquire as to Cooking Way's whereabouts. Not that the folk of Aetheris are terribly good at telling us loporrits apart. Yeah, there's a few different ponytails. Perhaps we can begin by simply asking if they've seen any loporrits about. Aside from me, that is. Shall we? Dreaming Way is now accompanying you. I see why your tours of Aetheris come so highly recommended. My fear of becoming hopelessly lost or trampled has fallen at least 50% with you by my side. That's some good math. Wow. Oh, I need to check my retainers and their shenanigans. Hooray! A bunch of miscellaneous items. I'm realizing just now it is kind of strange to get a paladin shield without the sword accompanying it at this point. Seeing so many shops lined up, I can't help but feel excited. Who knows what's in store? Hey, that's like a pun. We wanted the other loporrits to experience that same sense of anticipation, so Managing Way and I used this place as a reference for the Dreaming Workshop. Can you tell? I know that you mention it, yeah, kinda. I did see a loporrit not long ago, in fact. They were watching diners at the last stand and muttering something about... pudding? Yes, I could have sworn they were murmuring, "How's the pudding?" Most peculiar. Huh, I have a sneaking suspicion that your mystery mutter is not the loporrit we're looking for, but I appreciate the information nonetheless. Is there something in the pudding that I should be aware of? The pudding is made of pudding. That's not this quest. That's the Emiliant's deliveries. It is going to take a while before I can get to all of the various deliveries because of the limited number of those you can do in a week. Loporrits? Yes, I do recall seeing a few of your kin earlier this evening. One appeared to be off to the last stand, while the other was walking towards the studium. Charlians truly are as knowledgeable as they say. Thank you, good sir. I assume the fellow headed for the last stand was planning on a meal, and the one approaching the studium was engaged in research of some kind. Though for all I know, it could be the opposite. Well, Readingway did want to eat books for a while, so it could be the opposite. Well, actually, the studium isn't where the books are. That's the Numenon. There's Cheatingway. I forgot about Cheatingway. Do you think Cheatingway has the high score at Donkey Kong? Just wondering. Gazing at it from the faraway moon, we always imagined Aetheris to be the most beautiful place. And truly it is. I'm glad it's still here. Oh, another loporrit. This must be my lucky day. I was indeed just speaking with one of your kind about his research into Far Eastern recipes, a particular interest of mine. I must say, that fellow has good taste. Recipes, you say? Why, that must have been Cookingway. Do you happen to know where he went? Not precisely, though he headed off toward the west side of town. Perhaps he went to research more recipes. In any case, your assistance in this matter has been greatly appreciated. Based on what we've gleaned thus far, I believe the unidentified loporrit headed for the studium is most likely our Cookingway, in which case we shall be right on his tail. I do hope that little fellow finds the recipes he's searching for. I'm realizing that this will add a bunch of, like, cooking-themed quests to Hooper's Hold, most likely. And I'm wondering how, as a carpenter, I will interact with those. I guess probably preparing plates and utensils and stuff would make sense. Or they'll make a joke about how it doesn't make sense for a carpenter to be cooking. And everyone will laugh. Well, you can carve wood, you can carve a turkey, right? Or something like that, I don't know. Wood carving is a skill that translates to all other kinds of carving. Citation needed. Cookingway spotted. Quick, to the studium, wherever that is. That's funny to say when we're in the studium. Yeah, that citation, very needed. Salutations, Cookingway. Dreamingway, is that you? What happened to your clothing? It's very yellow. Well, since you asked. You could probably whittle a turkey, but I don't think it would go very well. Heavens, I had no idea that our fellow loporrits were in such dire straits. I don't remember my Cookingway voice. It's only right that I do what I can to help them. So I'm defaulting to vaguely sort of British, I guess. Sucro clenching fist in determined manner, an emote she's never done before. And I must admit that I'm eager to test the many recipes I've learned here on Aetheris. This is just the managing way voice. I know I've been a bit fixated upon carrots in the past, but I am a changed loporrit now. There's a whole world of flavor out there, and it's time that we brought it to Best Waste Burrow. That's the voice now. Huzzah! Flavor! Of course, I will need a kitchen. Oh right, I can like make kitchen parts. I can provide my own pots and pans, but I'd appreciate your assistance with dishes and utensils. Wow, I literally predicted dishes and utensils 2 seconds ago. Most of Aetheris' cuisine is not so conducive to gnawing as one might expect. Leave it to us. I saw a chopstick once. Yes, about that. It would probably be best for you to consult Master Dickon at the last stand about the details. He'll show you what you'll need to prepare and in what quantities. Meanwhile, I shall return to the burrow and begin preparing my kitchen. There is much to be done. Nod. Thank heavens he agreed. Let's go and speak with this Master Dickon. I imagine that you have a rough idea of what utensils are, but it never hurts to get a second opinion. Nod. I think if a loporrit learns learned what a spork was, they would probably be extremely amazed. Like a fork, a spoon, they'd be a little bit amazed, but if they learned that you could combine them into a spork, that rabbit would pog, I think. This is just my opinion though, I'm not an expert. I'm expecting Puddingway to somehow butt into this questline at some point. Or maybe in 7.x, Puddingway's Grand Endeavor, the new side quest, the sequel to Tataru. Well, if it isn't my favorite temporary server. Puddingway, the sequel to Tataru, yeah. Maybe not, exactly. That's not exactly what I meant, but... And I see you brought one of the cute little moon fellows, too. A solid snake to ride. God. Tataru, the mascot costume Tataru disguise removed to reveal Puddingway. We're trying to learn about forks and stuff. Spoons, sporks, knife, tableware for the loporrits. Well, why not? You'll need dishes and bowls, of course, some cutlery, perhaps tablecloths and mats as well. One moment, I'll make a list. And then Sucro will hit a piece of wood with her carpentry saw and spontaneously generate a picnic basket. This should be everything. Thank you very much. Don't mention it, just save a place for me. I'll get up there one of these days. Please do. I'll even send you a proper invitation once we're operational. Speaking of which, it's time we return to Hopper's Hold. Those sticks won't chop themselves. Well, that is kind of like part of carpentry. I guess that makes sense. Nod. There was at least 2 nods, I think. By the way, speaking of Tataru's Grand Endeavor, I have absolutely no idea what that entails, so when that releases, that'll be interesting. I say when that releases because it's not... the end of it doesn't exist yet, so I can't start it, according to my methods. Those methods would be different if we weren't so close to Dawn Trail, but you know. Huh, I always thought this was a cupboard. Well, it was for a while, kinda. Ah, there you are. I turned Master Dickens' list over to Managing Way, of course, so preparations are well underway. They did ask me to ask you to craft a few things, though, if you don't mind. Specifically, fancy table mats. Oh, how exciting! I have the necessary supplies here, so you can set to work straight away. You do know I, like, mostly deal with, like, wood and stuff, right? Table mats are probably, like, cloth, but, you know, whatever. As always, we've stocked the Dreaming Supporter with surplus supplies, so feel free to ask for more in case of unforeseen misfortune. If I had a carrot for every time I've accidentally hopped too hard on one of our components. Well, restaurant-grade supplies. Here I go. High quality is not required, so simply mash the button. Done. Supply is indispensable to the sophisticated and sanitary serving of cuisine. I think there was mashing involved in carpentry in Fantasy Life for part of it. There were lots of crafting mini games, or at least one that was reused for all of them or something. I don't remember how they worked. Sucro, I trust your work went to plan. Managing Way's plan, that is. Here's your vague supplies. Oh, is that what those are supposed to look like? Fascinating. Cooking Way's already arranged his kitchen according to his very exacting preferences, so we should have everything we need to get started. I hope you worked up an appetite. Calamari. One thing about crafting and well, that was immediate. I like the immediate abrupt cut to this, instead of a fade out like they often do. Feast your eyes on the cooking station. What shall we eat first? I see there's still a lot of carrots. Welcome! Do taste as many dishes as you like. Each recipe's been prepared with loving care. If you have any questions about the flavors or techniques involved, I should be more than happy to instruct you. The bunnies love it. There's still a lot of carrots here, I'm noticing. Was there a flan castle? How dare you make food? I am the evil rabbit. Blah, 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 blah. I remember that loporrit. I should like to speak with them, but they're always running off. The cooking station is now open, servicing the hungry loporrits of Hoper's Hold and beyond. There's much yet to be done, however, if each is to find new purpose. Continue expanding the workshop to see what dreams may come. Well, I do really love the loporrits a lot. Oh, it's not a loporrit traditionalist. It's a extreme nihilist loporrit who thinks that none of them actually have a purpose and none of this is worth doing, and that they should all go back to hibernation. You've achieved respected. Anyway, while I love the loporrits a lot, I think I like the Omicron quests and stuff more, and that's what we're going to get to in a second. But first, let's take a look around. Muffin, said that one. You're still eating a carrot. All of this here, and you're still eating a carrot. Well, that's fine, I guess. I like the little carrot napkin. I like the little rabbit muffins. There's like shakes. I want to see the loporrits do the first mission of Parappa the Rappa 2, where they learn how to French the fries. There's like carrot cake with a star rod from Kirby in it. Macarons.
French the fries, fray French. The fries.
You did your best, Callie. You rappin' okay. There's even little rabbit decorations on the ovens. You rappin' adequate. If you'd like some of the pudding, I suggest you order it now. One never knows when Puddingway will drop by. Puddingway crashes through the ceiling. Steals all of the pudding in one swoop. I see you have a carrot. Where did the other carrot couriers go? Are you interested in cooking? I do like to eat. Incidental rabbit dialogue. And on that note... On that note, spinning tortoise. On that note, time to teleport to the end of the universe. For free! I will never remember how to go from this starting point to A4 research quickly enough to not have to rotate the camera around for a while. How many... Okay, I have 6. I can do some regular quests for them after the stream then. And another question. The Ia, huh? Or the Ea. Greetings, Sucro. This unit commends your fulfillment of objectives relating to the care and feeding of Grabulov customers. Pescatarian menu items in particular have met with high approval ratings. Current mission is proceeding, as audio records indicate your people would say, swimmingly! Ha ha ha! We've learned much from the Corellians and Grebulovs, and the Last Dregs is now the site of joyful cultural exchange. But don't take our word for it. Come and see. I keep forgetting there's also a teleport to the Last Dregs. Oh. Look who's here. It might be more than just the Ea. The cafe signs? It says cafe. Wait. Oh yeah, you're right. It is. That's really good. That is a stigma for a design. Cafe status moderately busy. Waiting times nominal. Grebulov. I like the Grebulovs. We should keep an eye on that one. They've already polished off 3 bowls of soup today. I'd like to issue a correction. For some reason, my brain identified Grebulovs as otters, but they're actually closer to seals, probably. One could argue they've got some traits of both, perhaps, but... It's funny that I saw that and was like, oh, an otter, instead of, oh, a seal. Well-fed Grebulovs provide important mission data. Soup-related sacrifices must be made. Oh, you like making customers happy. Admit it. This unit merely acknowledges customer satisfaction as more conducive to mission objectives than mutual hostility. Speaking of which, Patron 005 and Patron 006 should be closely monitored. Try to change the subject on me. Wait, who are Patron 005 and Patron 006? Uh-huh. Neat. Hail, newcome patrons! I, Jammingway, would like to personally welcome you to the last Dregs. Can you tell me a bit about your home star? Ominous figure says nothing. Analyzing metaphysical waveform. Nihilism protocols activated. Beep, beep, beep. It has shared in our truth and shed the self. This is well. The universe too is finite. Only in death may we embrace true infinity. It's time for the people who thought things were too good and got sad and then died. Yeah. I still don't really buy that would happen. But I guess it could. It's the thought experiment, people. Anyway. Did you just assassinate my barista? Why would you do that? Questioning head tilt. Situational analysis complete. New customers are there of the Nibiran civilization. We didn't have a name for this civilization, I don't think. Nibiran. This society eliminated concepts deemed unpleasant by organic lifeforms, such as war and death. In so doing, individuals attained physical immortality and a state of unified comprehension. You say that, but that statement sounds like it's sympathizing slightly with the rich. Which I disagree with as well. I don't immediately know of any almighty rich and powerful, as you put it, who are wildly depressed. I just know of a bunch of ones who are complete jerks and are terrible. Maybe they're depressed, but they mostly are just jerks. Anyway. Their projections were insufficient, however. The Nibiran people only realized that the elimination of strife would similarly destroy their sources of joy when it was too late. At that point, they jointly decided it would be preferable to return to non-existence. Oh. I mean, I don't think of Robin Williams as like a mega millionaire. Okay. When you say almighty rich and powerful, I think of the hyper rich jerks and not people who did have money. I guess. Pardon this unit for a moment. Halting shutdown process. Troubleshooter initialized. Repair features and self-determination algorithm restored. Why have you returned this being to the finite? The golden mercy of Ra-La was so close at hand. Sweet mother, this is terrifying. Cultural exchange be damned. We can't let them near the other patrons. On the contrary, this unit believes that exposure to other civilizations may benefit these customers and invites them to tour the local simulations of dead worlds. To be certain, the nature of other civilizations is a long-held curiosity of ours. It may be interesting to discuss their inherent futility. That is the spirit. All societies in Ultima Thule are subject to unique manifestations of despair, so this unit recommends comparing each to the tragic perfection of the Nibiru. We are in favor. To arrive at philosophical resonance with such beings will fill much time before blessed obliteration. I think part of why I don't buy everything got too perfect so we want to stop existing is because there are so many problems that I wish could be easily solved. To go to someone who has a lot of problems and say, my life is too perfect and I'm tired of it, is not conducive to a good impression. What the hells? Or, I hope you have a plan to prevent this place from falling to despair. I hope you have any ideas about what to do with all this. You have already demonstrated to the peoples of Ultima Thule that despair can be overcome. Projections indicate that once restored, hope is not so easily extinguished. I guess that's true. But it is also implied that the entire society was unified in their beliefs. Which is sort of an issue that I guess a lot of fantasy stuff has, and fiction in general, is this entire group of people has the same ideas. But, like, I don't know. You've already demonstrated to the peoples of Ultima Thule that despair can be overcome. Projections indicate that once restored, hope is not so easily extinguished. So you think they'll be able to help each other, like you saved M104 just now? I suppose I should be glad that they took you up on it. Those Nibiran make my fur stand on end. I don't want them anywhere near Elysian. It would be nice if we could cure them of their own way, however, but I cannot see how. The Nibiran are the last dead civilization with sufficient data for replication. Should it prove impossible to turn them into satisfied customers, the probability of further developments on Elysian is low. Oh, that is frustrating. Why must they be so much scarier than the other two? I retract my complaints about our soup budget. That is also true. Perfection is subjective. Well, what if we invite patrons from another civilization instead? The Aya, for instance. But they are also super nihilists who want to stop existing. There is no reason we have to build all of our own customers, and they seem rather thoughtful. At the very least, it would make good practice in philosophical debate. Also, there are quests where we have attempted to persuade the Aya, and they're like, I don't understand drinking or eating because I do not have physical form. This unit cannot guarantee that any amount of practice would prepare you to treat with the Nibiran. However, it agrees that inviting local life forms to the last dregs would be good for business. Well, alrighty then. What do you think, Grebulov? You like the fish? This Grebulov just sits here saying soup a lot, apparently. Yeah, it does seem like we're going to be dealing with the Aya and the Nibiran talking to each other and what that ends up meaning. Unless they decide to ally to destroy the world or something, which could be a problem. A problem that will be resolved through coffee or whatever. That could happen, maybe. Sucro just runs up to them, is like, you might be perfect, but I'm a cat. And then they're baffled, and an opportunity to serve them coffee is... It's like when the weak spot is revealed. You just have to baffle them and then give them coffee. Anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about. I probably should have asked beforehand, but do the Aya have mouths? Seems a rather important detail in this context. Nope, they don't. Current objective, convince prospective Aya patrons of the desirability of last drag's sustenance. What is it? Baffled to expose weak points? Metaphorically? We'll search for potential customers in this vicinity. Can you ask around the scary stone circle where everyone stares at the sky? Thanks in advance. That is true, I suppose. It is like how in a competitive game, a professional may occasionally lose to a newcomer doing something they don't expect. Argumentative, Aya. Hey, want coffee? A venue for replenishment and discourse, you say? We once visited similar establishments. They are memorialized today through the existence of our restaurant, where we traditionalists gather to restore our ether and vent our petty miseries upon one another. Your civilization is young, so perhaps you do not yet understand that one such location is more than enough. Even the most transcendent minds can only withstand so much vacuous discourse. I feel like that last line in particular might be key. Is it... Are restaurants known for being where people go to vent? I mean, I think people go to restaurants for celebratory reasons fairly often as well. The corporeal beings derive meaning from patronizing this cafe, you say? Felicitations. Personally, I have long since parted from such material concerns in favor of staring contemplatively into the abyss. To begin chasing hopes and dreams now would be to betray my very principles. You sound like you would have had a live journal. In the 90s. It's against my principles to be happy, someone says aggressively on their internet blog. Must they all be so condescending? Yeah, there's that too. What is your report, Sucro? I'm pretty sure they had a live journal over there. One would think they could at least show a bit of respect to you of all people, out of self-preservation if not else. Well, I'm a gatherer right now. It's not like I can hit him with a hatchet or whatever. The probability of further developments on Elysian is now in... I never knew how to say this word. In very small. Infinitesimal, I think. There we go. That's a word that's difficult to say, even if you know how to say it. No, I refuse to give up. Their terrible attitudes are all the more reason to make them see the light. Between the three of us, we will get them to enjoy themselves. Implicit threat acknowledged. Initializing joint operation protocols. However, this unit must also acknowledge the non-zero probability of failure. In such a scenario, the odds of ever securing the patronage of the Aya and Nibiran must be revised to hopeless. Projections indicate that the business may not survive this outcome. You're as bad as they are sometimes. Do you know that? Sucro, you mentioned that the Aya once offered you food, did you not? So they don't consider themselves beyond the concept of repast. There must be a way to build on that to make them understand. I do feel like if you're dealing with people who are like, we have nothing, we have achieved perfection, or we have all of the knowledge about how the universe will end or whatever, this is the perfect setting to be like, there is still stuff that you don't know and you haven't experienced. So like, if we are ever going to like convince them of anything, we have a good way to do it, maybe. This unit will attempt to analyze AI thought patterns for vulnerabilities. Have you tried loudly declaring that you are a cat to catch them off guard? The moment of truth. You interrupt my staring once again. Curious, is this a physical compulsion? No, we're simply seeking an enlightened opinion. You seem very focused, so surely none would be better suited to answer a few questions. I suppose that would be within the bounds of my principles, and as time is inherently meaningless, you will not cost me what might otherwise have mattered. Pray wait a moment, and I will see if other rationally minded individuals are interested in this diversion. Huzzah! I leave the debating to you, Sucro. See if you can stimulate their inquiring minds enough to draw them to the cafe. Objective: choose the appropriate phrases to generate interest in the last dregs. As the resulting pontification may take several minutes, you may wish to cancel any pending Duty Finder registrations. Oh boy. Just like China's over here. You made a gesture that vaguely resembles laughing. Alright. Nod, parentheses first person. Truly, there is not like a rousing examination to take one's mind off the ceaseless torment of existence. Should we start with 350,173 questions or so, as is customary? Shaking head. 350,000? I was thinking more in the neighborhood of 3. I see that in my cognitive agitation, I neglected to account for your base intellects. Carry on with your paltry queries, then. Do you have an interest in gustatory sensations, or do you enjoy a good meal? I mean, this sounds more like how they talk. So, what do you think about gustatory sensations? We long ago abandoned the pursuit of gustatory sensations. Though we yet consume ether to sustain ourselves, we do not experience any particular sensation beyond the satiation of hunger. That is perfectly sufficient. Though I am curious, you indicated that many beings gather to consume sustenance at your cafe. Do these beings experience gustatory sensations in unison? Does this not confuse and upset them? Oh yeah, the music is back to that. Quite the opposite. Taste is key to customer satisfaction, and our customers are very satisfied, I assure you. Nod. Curiosity detected. This unit concludes that your question piqued their interest. The diminutive being suggests that gustatory sensations are a primary consideration for your establishment. Biologically, however, these are not more than a secondary mechanism to prevent primitive organisms from starving to death. Explain this contradiction. Biology is not the only determinant of a good life, you know. Perhaps to truly comprehend our argument requires tasting for yourselves. I honestly don't know which of these would convince them. Maybe you ought to try it yourself, then. Perhaps it is conceivable that having dispensed with our corporeal vessels, a prolonged absence of sensations experienced by way of the nervous system has limited our imaginations to a degree. If only we had possessed the forethought to record our gustatory perceptions for posterity. An unfortunate oversight, to be certain. Yet not an insurmountable one. If you were to visit the last dregs, we could help you reclaim some of the knowledge that was lost. Enticement detected. This unit proposes following this conversational trajectory to its natural terminus. I think the music is changing every question I get right. Though I acknowledge that there is some logic to your argument, we are perhaps at an impasse, given our form's lack of physicality. Nevertheless, I am curious to know what manner of taste you would present us with had we gustatory organs. The best taste in all of Ultima Thule, nay, the universe, or a taste of your former lives as corporeal beings, perhaps. I feel like bringing that up is a sore spot. So maybe this one? A disappointing though unsurprising suggestion. Perhaps your intellect simply lacks the capacity to understand that physical perceptions are subjective and therefore fallible. Oh. Even allowing for the possibility of a best taste, regardless of culture and individual gustatory perception, I am unconvinced of the benefit of this knowledge. If we longed for ultimately meaningless physical experiences, we would not have done away with our corporeal forms. I failed at the last question. Yay! But you do acknowledge the existence of meaningful experiences. What do you long for then? Maybe I didn't? I don't know. No, I did. Shake head. Based on past data, this unit suggests that altering the menu to suit the civilization in question would be prudent. The preparation of his... I'm not thinking correctly for the context. The preparation of historically accurate sustenance will be no simple task, yet the Hirsute being insists on accomplishing it. Is this compulsion intrinsically or extrinsically motivated? It is our deepest and most heartfelt desire to see hope restored to the universe. Or my journal does suggest that making you happy will help progress my current quest. That's... Okay, so you don't fail instantly for choosing a wrong question. We honestly, earnestly want to give everyone hope. How very primitive of you. Very well, I am convinced that your establishment will offer an authentic experience of the shackles of the flesh. Heartfelt, it says. How charmingly irrational. Nary a mention of the tangible impact our hope would have on the surrounding dynamis. That's implied. Also, you're rude. Stop it. There are those too, of course, but most of all, what we want is for our patrons to enjoy themselves. Nod. This unit does not disagree with the assessment of organic lifeforms as primitive, though it is rich in irony given the irrationality on display at present. I wish everyone stopped being rude about that. In any case, mission objective complete. Allied units' performance will be logged as capable. That would be funny if they responded like that. I wonder if your capabilities are logged as something else. We see that you indeed had few questions. When may we partake in sensory experiences? Nod. Well, first we will need to prepare a full course for gustatory experimentation. Experimentation, you say? That sounds most agreeable. If this unit may suggest it, Sucro's flesh would make a suitable... What the fuck are you saying? Please rephrase this. I don't swear often much now, but still. This unit has the worst suggestion. Sucro doesn't like this. Thank you for petting Calico. Oh, I quite agree. No one has tasted more taste than the intrepid Sucro. I guess... Her palate is refined and her bravery unmatched. Thank you for petting Calico. She will be the perfect candidate to try any and all dishes we prepare. Then you need only scan and transmit the sensory perception data to the Aya's consciousness. Oh. See, that is what I also assumed, Vorpy. But they phrased it in a haha comedy. Yeah, I don't like food, so this is the food episode of Rabbits and Robots, and I'm not sure about it. Sucro isn't sure about this either. Shrug. Leave it to me. A possession was also possible from that. It was a bad text box that was intended as a joke, but I didn't like it. It is unclear at present what their people may have eaten in their corporeal days, but we can begin by finding out what sort of taste they enjoy, then refine the recipe from there. Regardless, we shall need to fire up the ovens immediately. Last I checked our inventory, the kitchens were well stocked with vegetables, fish, and Charlian cookbooks. The probability that the Aya's historical diet was identical to that of the lifeforms of Aetheris is astronomically low. This unit proposes incorporating ingredients from other worlds as well. Scanning flavorsome category for ingredient data. Oh hey, there's one of the I already forgot. Nubiran over there. Bing! Flora near the vitrified fort may contain content suitable for use as seasoning. Data indicates that organic life forms love seasonings. Nibiran, yeah. I mixed up the vowel locations. Don't hesitate to taste test in the field. Remaining allied units should proceed to the last dregs for recipe analysis. This unit will answer any further customer questions. Nod. Oh, they aren't there in reality, only in cutscene world. Pinches of stellar cumin. Fair enough. It is not actually spelled with a Q. It is spelled with a C. Where is this? Okay. I sense powerful vegetation, and yet I choose to ignore it. Despite its alien scent and outer-worldly location, this rare spice could not possibly be toxic to mankind, right? Well, I hope not. Oh good, it didn't prank me by making me take 4 of the 3 I needed. Wait. What the heck? Oh, right. Okay, this is correct. Wait. The last dregs is just up really high. I was confused. That is correct. This is the permanent background music for this area. The emotional impact of it might be slightly lessened by this fact, but it's still a good song. Don't worry, I'm certain that N7000 would speak up if you were about to eat anything that might be lethal. To think that we can finally reclaim the sensations of our fleshy past. Gustatory perception, how exciting. Are these being seated in anticipation of the sensations overwhelming their fragile nervous systems? The Aya have thus far asked 81,120 questions. This unit can feel the last remnant of its patience slipping. A timely rescue. Chemical compositions of ingredients within expected parameters. Then let the experimentation begin. That was not the jamming way voice. Fish. Spaghetti. Burger. Not half bad if I do say so myself. Dig in, Sucro. Initializing progressive scan of gustatory inputs. Nod. Sucro staring at a fish. The perfectly ordinary pasta, the seemingly innocuous hamburger, or the vaguely terrifying fish. Well, everyone knows funny internet meme of ancient times cat have cheeseburger. That's clearly a cheeseburger. It's got cheese on it. That is the only thing separating a hamburger and a cheeseburger. Sucro, just judging by the sound, Sucro has eaten this cheeseburger with a fork and knife. You are struck with a sudden certainty that Jammingway either borrowed or stole this recipe from The Last Stand, although the locally sourced flavoring adds an unexpected spiciness to the medium-rare meat inside. Your tongue is now tingly. This is way too much food. I wouldn't even be able to eat the entirety of the cheeseburger. I feel like the game will kill me if I choose no more. It doesn't affect anything? Okay. Nope, that's it. Eat the pasta and the fish yourselves, dang it. Gustatory data received. Transmitting to Patron 007 and Patron 008. I am made uncomfortable by the concept of eating a lot of food. For a multitude of reasons that are specific to me, probably. Though I guess others could also have them. So these are the flavors of which you speak. Thank you for helpfully categorizing each as sweet, salty, sour, bitter, or savory. I fear I am quite overcome by the medley. It is impossible to say whether this sensory assault is identical to what I might once felt when consuming sustenance, yet it is a useful reference to ruminate upon nonetheless. And it was well worth the effort in my book. Tell me, did any of the dishes strike you as particularly enjoyable? Oh. Well, why not, I guess.
You know, that's fair. The first stimulated me in a most pleasing fashion. How was this flavor derived? Ah, that was flavored with local ingredients harvested by Sucro, garnished with powdered miracle shrimp, a type of crustacean the Grebulops are farming in Elysium. Pulverized crustaceans, the nature of gustatory sensations is inscrutable indeed. That we found these ones pleasing perhaps indicates that we too once consumed mutilated decapods. I cannot imagine why we would have left that behind. I am grateful to have even simulated the experience. Nod. Loporrit joy emote. And there we have it. Do you think this will be enough to bring about more changes to Elysium? Inconclusive.
This unit proposes that allied units ascend to scan for signs of change. Nod. Thinking ominously. I'm quite curious about what changes to the terrain might come of the Aya's emotions. As a people, they do tend towards the abstract. Stigma 4 confirms that alterations have occurred. Let us proceed with the scan. I hope it's not a place made of burgers. Okay, it is similar to where the Aya were located previously. Also, these are here. I remember these from people have flown around in them. We invented funny jellyfish. Well, I guess being made of terrifying fish would be worse, but I'd prefer neither. These creatures certainly weren't here before, but what are they? They put me in mind of Aetherius' jellyfish. No results found in database. Furthermore, these lifeforms differ from the simulations in Ultima Thule on a molecular level. You mean a new species has been born? Here? Is it so illogical? Elysian's climate is suitable for the growth of complex vegetation, and a significant portion of its surface is occupied by sea. Many lifeforms have arisen from similar environments. This unit would venture that under these conditions, the Aya's yearning for a corporeal past were sufficient to cause Dynamis to coalesce as organic life. That's incredible! New life! Me. And such a very adorable life you are, yes you are! Like unto newborn babes, or so I assume. Aeons have passed since we Ea have held a child. Yet is it not conceivable that some part of us remembers? If these creatures arose from our fondness for the past, they may indeed be the nascent forms mentioned in our ancient records. I do see a certain resemblance. Would you like to give these little ones a name, then? We lost the meaning to our names long ago, leaving us only the simple phonemic system we now employ for individuals. The suggestion that we might impart the significance of these children via nomenclature is depressingly ludicrous. Nevertheless, we shall call them Miumisv. A peculiar name to share, perhaps, but one we may find the meaning in together. I cannot spell that to save my life, but it sounds lovely. I should like to remain with the Miumisv for a time. They doubtless know much of gustatory sensation and other such facets of corporeality. In serving as their guardians, we may yet reclaim some of what was lost. New life has arisen from the Aya's longing. Nurture and protect the Mu Missive, for they have much to share. It is interesting if they're like proto-Aya. There is yet room for Elysian to grow and change. What other hopes will the power of Dynamis bring to life? Knowing how the mount that is one of those works and that there is one makes it awkward that they're proto-Aya to me, honestly. It'll be a great deal more difficult to focus with those creatures about. They're so wibbly-wobbly. Nod. This unit requests you contain yourself. Energy levels are already low due to patrons' ceaseless querying. Smile. However, this unit does admit to curiosity regarding the new life forms. Though it is probable that the Mu Missive share data with the Aya's genetic memory, possibilities for their development are infinite. This differentiates them from other Dynamis-based life forms. Or maybe they're just one more indication that you lot aren't doomed after all. This place was built for endings, it's true, but we've seen many a beginning. Let's keep that trend going, shall we? Affirmative. Our mission remains one constant among many variables. Nod. Today on the Omicron quests, many things which seem specifically to me as a bit awkward that probably were not seen as awkward by the developers. I will be charitable to myself and describe my point of view, my worldview perhaps, as unique instead of anything else. Anyway. I need to look over here and see what's going on. Water crystal. Me. We must nourish them further, but how? Relax, they are already pleasingly gelatinous. I fear their levitation faculties are still developing. Despite the occasional awkward stuff, I feel like this part is still at least interesting. Curiously hopeful inscriptions, even mine. Like, just, this whole questline is interesting, even if there's some things that I didn't particularly appreciate, I guess. This is a relatively slightly less complex area than the ones the Grebulovs made. It is cool to see Elysian develop. I agree. And now that it has, that means, I guess, that it's about time to go to Pandaemonium. But first, this. Which also means that I have to not use Google for this, because it's a villain. Ghosts? Oh, there you go. Okay, fine. I thought Ghost did a prank for a second. Congratulations to those who guessed this, and condolences to those who guessed that. And acknowledgement of those who did not vote for either. Hello. I don't know what happens when you use the destroyed redeem in the middle of this or that. So I heard the destroyed in the distance while I was stepped away from the computer. But that's about all I know. I think that's probably, like, hold on a second. Yeah, this or that, wait. This or that should be a lower... Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. It overwrites the... Yeah. This is because the destroyed graphic and music...
Wesker!
No, there's no Nero here. This or that should be a layer under Barry, Ochette, and Destroyed. And also whatever image 6 is. Oh, okay. And the Calico Pet text displays also. So that's odd if the layers are incorrect. The sounds make sense because there's only one sort of way the sounds can go. Thank you for petting Calico. Oh no, my cursor. Anyway. There's a dark matter from Kirby is here, I guess. Thank you for petting Calico. So many people are petting Calico and she deserves it. Thank you. Thank you. Oh wait, no, that's not petting Calico, but thank you anyway.
Ghost does such a funny prank. Also yes, hello dark matter. And yes, thank you for all the pets, meow.
If you pet Calico too many times, she will become extremely powerful and destroy the world, potentially. Probably not, though. Sucro, I've made a breakthrough! After uncountable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers, and I must say... Professor Claudian, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composed recounting of events. Yes, of course. My apologies, Sucro. Being consumed by my research for so long, I am afraid I have quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning, with a crystal set adrift upon the ethereal tides containing the memories of a party yet unknown. They cried out for deliverance from pandaemonium, where the ancients kept volatile creations under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power devouring the facility from within, and the advent of a divine monstrosity wrought of mythic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions Themis and Erechthonius was sufficient to restore order to the Circle of Asphodelos, but the greater threat remains. In the depths of pandemonium, a presence yet stirred, its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? More or less. Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss or yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole, and indeed ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. Gasp. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith. By tracing the matching etheric signature to its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us? Or will Sucro grace us with her protection? Shake head. I'm afraid she has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rosanad. Namely, to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within Pandaemonium, where this all began. This feels like it's a slight joke on other raid series that have more of a preamble before you get to the point. From all that we've heard, it appears that time traversal from the Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It'd be prudent to check in on occasion in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you to remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. Gasp. ×2. You can't mean, do you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why, yes, that would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I have already commissioned a ship and a pilot for that very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. Here I go. Apologies for that somewhat abrupt departure. When progress is in sight, Professor Claudian tends to become blind to all else. Indeed, and he's been worse than usual. While I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard. Much as it spoke only to you last time, none but the Professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Surely, after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. The search for this crystal seemed to be a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, Sucro, it may be best to return to Pandaemonium, as Professor Claudian suggested. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandaemonium requires you to pass through Elpis, correct? There's something I'd have you investigate in my stead. While those creations confined within Pandaemonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's their whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles. And if we know anything about the Ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of their results. Ah, brilliant. Delving into these records may shed light on creatures Sucro's yet to encounter, if your theory proves correct, that is. While there are no guarantees, it certainly beats the current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only her strength to carry the day. For your own sake as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. But I don't like reading guides before the boss fight. I feel like that's not how the game should be played. Alright. That would be wild if they did. And I know you don't specifically mean, like... What's his name? Hesperos? Dracula? But I am now imagining a zone where, like, a bunch of identical Draculas are roaming around. And that's funny to me. I mean, these probably aren't literally guides on how to do the fight. I'm just talking about an expectation held by some that you need to read a comprehensive guide on all of a fight's mechanics before going into the fight lest you inconvenience others. The amount who expect this varies from MMO to MMO, but it is a common theme. Ah, I did not expect to meet you here, of all places. You seek records of Pandaemonium's creations. Master Themis has just finished perusing the very same. I should not be surprised that we've both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I have saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. Ah, so you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives, but perhaps instead I'll rest for a spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Nod. As should we, for I have undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. I came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandaemonium's protective wards continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Erechthonios' capacity to keep watch over Asphodelos while I'm away. He works diligently to master interment, that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I attend to another matter. More idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he's agreed to meet us near the naos to Pandaemonium. I maybe could have teleported, but I chose not to. Also, there's, like, Kelpies right next to where we are, basically. As I've pondered our expedition into Pandaemonium, I could not help but be mystified by how strongly the warders we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be good or ill. We encountered, like, one person, right? Well, two people, I guess. Hesperos and Erechthonios were two sides of the same coin. For some reason, the coin landed on tails 9 times in a row. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looks to his father with bald hatred. You saying he's malding? I was thinking about the word malding earlier today. I would not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions towards a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude towards my mother and father, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself, and is more or less accepted as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandaemonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to him. There were many other aspects of the facility's particulars I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my questions to a member of the Words of La Habrea. Words of La Habrea speaker. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandaemonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed. In particular, I wish to know why exactly Pandaemonium was built directly under Elpis. Questioning head tilt? The facility is overseen by the Words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Elpis, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? At first I thought it to be simply a matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could be easily ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the words of La Habrea themselves. Given this albeit limited information, I cannot but feel that the Academia Aniter would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? These are fitting questions, and ones we've asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandaemonium's construction does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances weren't as they are now. As you surmised, the majority of creations kept within Pandaemonium were sent from Elpis. Yet as the years passed, interest changed. Failures in creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of Pandaemonium's researchers. Thinking and arms crossed. That is quite the change, and in fact it runs almost counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the chief keyword, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. So if Pandaemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? Gasp. I know not what you're suggesting, but the keywords also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit as of late their communication has been somewhat sporadic. We but recently received a report from one of the keywords stating that all is well within Pandaemonium's halls. Really? And you were certain that a keyword sent it? Yes, of course. Our communications suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will prove helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate, and it would be remiss to disturb them for longer than is necessary. All is well. A blatant lie, and to that we can both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report, but 'tis plain we must return to Pandaemonium with haste. Nod. Clearly, King DDD is one of the keywordens, and he got possessed by dark matter again. This is always happening. Some sort of mysterious Viera is here. Or Vis, perhaps? I cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to puppet. Regardless, they've tipped their hand, and we would be remiss to leave Ericthonios at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him. The La Habrea here is not the one we knew, but Eric? Interesting. As a theory. That makes a lot of sense. He's practicing. Not quite. I've traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. Now time works against me. I can no longer be the victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? There is something to be admired in such single-minded effort. Is this good? Is this normal? Is this fine? Is this like regular? Anyone knows this? Even if your methods leave much to be desired. One of the dead Phoenix chicks? I didn't remember that that was a thing. I see. You allowed this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? I did not notice these in that fight. I know this creature, a familiar of the Phoenix, but that monster is locked away. I guess the game would have explained that this was Phoenix related in 1 second, if you held your kelpies or whatever. Hold your hippocampus! It's fine, I'm just being silly. That it is, in spite of the trouble I went to in freeing it, I might add. Begrudge me for addressing you in this ill-fitting form if you must, but with control of Asphodelos wrested from my grasp, 'tis simply the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Now, there's no need for such hostility. A calm heart stays the course. The wisdom of La Habrea, your father. And how would you know what wisdom he speaks? I have heard those words many times, the scolding of a tutor whose students struggle to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. I've not told that to anyone, not even Keyword Hesperos. That can mean only one thing. You still insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea. At last you move to keep up. Pity that you remain behind nevertheless. What? As ever you are, always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate deigned to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. Exactly. True, Barry. But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandaemonium's great experiment. There's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall. Take pride in that and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What? What wish? Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you? Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. I'm gonna heal the heck out of you. To death, somehow. Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I'm no longer a child, and my fate lies with those who have earned it. I have at least 4 lasers. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperos low, even as power divine flowed through his veins. 'Tis plain there are worthier subjects to contend with. Hey, I have at least 4 lasers. I just said that. If you think about it, the Sage weapons are basically laser pointers. So they are cat affiliated. Or like aspected, is what I meant to say. Just what was that familiar after? Thank you. If you'd shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. There's something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There's but one person who can hold thrall over familiar creation and keyword alike. Here's $1,000. I mean coins. Ericthonios seems to have quite the story to tell. Perhaps we should lend an ear. Masks of the Father. And so there can be but one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There is logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the convocation and the words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him the authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as veil and mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You have met him, yes? Do you think him capable of this? Sucro remembers that La Habrea sucks. Yeah, probably. La Habrea is capable of far more than you know, or it's still too early to say for certain. Yeah, probably. Is he? So you believe La Habrea to be a man of few scruples, even if it brings his goals closer in reach? That alone should be enough, but let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. While he may not be one to let emotion stand in the way of his mission, I cannot believe there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seemed guided by a firm understanding of what is just. Hey, there's this thing that people present themselves differently to different people, and there can be people who are real bad that put on a good face. You know, that's not uncommon. That was like halfway in, almost as if they were wearing masks. How intriguing. That was like halfway in the Sucro voice when I made that point. There's one way to find out for certain. We delve deeper into Pandaemonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. A wise course. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomforting to behold. Discomforting. Nod. Then we must move forward with no excess of caution. La Habrea, or whomever is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandaemonium. We can safely assume the other keywords won't greet us with open arms. Agreed. Let us make our way through Abyssos one careful step at a time. I shall stay by Ericthonios' side in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard? Leave it to me. Interesting how they seem to have invented a secondary leave it to me gesture at some point. Because that's not the same as the /me emote. Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keyword's magics will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scales somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight. Nod. I'll jump up and down on the scale to make it go down faster. That's how it works, probably. Anything can work in a metaphor. Abyssos the Fifth Circle, now accessible. Just what is La Habrea planning, and what role do I play in his schemes? Judging from the demeanor of that familiar, there is little doubt that our enemy has a tight grip on Pandaemonium and its denizens. We will be vulnerable. I'm gonna BRB again real quick. I'm not gonna do another this or that, but enjoy the ominous music in the meantime. Hello. I think it should be okay if you queue alongside, yeah. The weather is still pandemonium. Looks like a Soul Calibur 4 stage. I think it's 4. It might be 6. Let's hope that I can remember how to heal. I never bought healing food. Maybe if I'm real quick, I can attempt to buy any. Not that I need it. I believe the optimal healing one is caviar. This one. Good grief. Well, okay, sure. But, Oh no, that gives spell speed. I think I don't want spell speed. Oh, whatever. Well, I bought 99 of it, so hopefully it's okay. I am all about impulsive and rash decision making. Or something. I doubt that I will make it to where I'm going. But it would be funny if I did. Dang it. I can fly on the island now. It looks like it's going to be funny. A little bit. Behold! The most exciting gameplay imaginable. And the best way to grind for island experience points if you're not intent on waiting for them. It is very rainy currently, or just showers apparently. I joked about doing an entire stream of this. The reason this works is because there's exactly enough gathering nodes up here to make one of them respawn when you deplete them. Which I guess is probably evident. But that's how Island works, so... Exactly. And then she can't hold any more rocks and converts them into a mostly useless currency. Well. Well, that seems bad. What? You stepped on a warp trap. I got mystery dungeoned. Spikes are here again. Proto-carbuncle. That's kind of funny, because there is a precedent of a monstrous carbuncle existing in Final Fantasy. Okay. How was I to know what that did? Literally couldn't. Don't think. Guess I could have followed where everyone else was. But... that was the wrong tank. I didn't mean to do that. Hey, wait, Proto-Carbuncle just spoke, I think. Weird. I dropped my dot. Okay. Oh, that seems bad. Hey, maybe design a cage that is more, able to withstand what is within the cage. Well, at least you put a convenient square directly below the cage. Gross. Oh, I think I sort of understand that one. I'm so bad at keeping up my damage over time. You'd think it wouldn't be that difficult, because it's like one thing. What on earth does that mean? Oh, you're showing where you'll be going, I guess? Hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. Don't do that. At least the boss died. I also don't like that they made Carbuncle gross. They're making me dislike Carbuncle by having a boss that's evil, gross Carbuncle. That was not a good Carbuncle. That was a bad Carbuncle. I did okay, but I dropped the dot a bunch of times and I didn't do a bunch of damage, and also I failed a mechanic. Oh, you're dead. I don't think I want any of this. In fact, I don't think I want any of this. I don't think I did fantastically. I think I did adequately. Mushrooms. So this is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Ericthonios and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. That instant kill that I think would have killed me if the boss had lasted like a nanosecond longer. Like those... The game threw icons that didn't really have any immediately obvious meaning, and also required very quick memorization and also good reflexes, and I don't have either of those. Oh well. Seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise. Sorry for being so negative lately. Fortunately for you, since they appear particularly keen to see you dispatched as quickly as possible. Even alone, you are a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. Well, were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long, but I believe we can forego introductions, unless I have misread you. Yes, I know. I'm all too familiar, Paragon. Or am I supposed to know who you are? Or... La Habrea. We'll speak now, Asian. Passably perceptive. Yes, I am La Habrea of the Convocation of 14. If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. What is this? Now, this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin ether and an unfamiliar composition besides. It is of no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will beget the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Erchthonios' wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. Mother? You would dare hide behind her name? So that's who Athena is. I know that there's an Athena somewhere. Listen well, Erchthonios. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out? Erchthonios, wait! There is a question I must needs ask first. If you truly are La Habrea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat, are we? Say my name. A simple request. Themis, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. I have my answer. Sephiroth. The La Habrea that I knew took pride in the convocation and would never suffer its denigration. You sully his station with this farce. Gasp. Themis, what are you saying? La Habrea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis. Fireball! Oh. What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Elidibus? I knew it. Elidibus says no to this fire? Yeah. I knew Themis was Elidibus. It just made sense to me. Imposter, you have no right to claim that form, that mask. Oh yeah, I forgot about the scene where Elidibus said we met in Elpis. But I just from context of Elidibus is white robe and small, like, I remembered that part.
Etymologically, Themis' name originates from the Greek verb tau theta adamu iota, which means I am established, placed, or permanently settled.
Callie reading Greek letters is fascinating. What? Who? "'Twas a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Habrea, a man who values his position above all, who would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty. Yet you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on that which you so despise. Such trite provocations. I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Erchthonios, listen well. I am Hephaestus. Hephaestus? 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 And it is I whom you should call father. I already forgot what the last two that I said were. What in the name of creation? The way I'm familiar with that name is like Hephaestus, which is not spelled the same. We would do well not to stand idle while our enemy is afoot. I believe an explanation is in order, Elidibus. Let us return to safety so you may provide it. Ah, that sounds more like the La Habrea I know. Yeah, that Hephaestus. But that's not how they spelled it here, so... I'm going to walk into the mushroom fog now. Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As La Habrea said, I am Elidibus, one of the Convocation, and emissary of their will. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. It'd be fun if there was an option to be like, yeah, I knew. I had a feeling. Whatever your name is, you're still Themis to me. Or, I know a thing or two about deception myself. Do I know a thing or two about deception? I know a thing about deception. I put on glasses once and nobody knew who I was. Just kidding, they all knew who I was. I had a feeling. Your perceptiveness does not surprise me. When the time comes, it shall make my explanation all the easier to understand. Aglaya? Gee, that's also a name that's in this game somewhere. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Habrea suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there. Yeah, it is kind of funny that... Please, help him. Save him. I'm gonna guess that's Athena telling me to save people. Given the context of that scene. Hey La Habrea, did you know you become a jerk in the future? I see Elidibus has chosen to keep odd company. Such a vexing composition of ether you possess. I still don't understand. More of a jerk. A relative jerk. As you are aware of by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Azim and I detected irregularities, I did suspect that your friend was Azim also. I remember saying that in the previous stream. So hooray for me. When I detected irregularities in Pandaemonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. Hey, I did say, or maybe it could be Vana, but also Vana was formerly Azim, so you're not wrong by thinking that, in a sense. But I figured it was more likely to be Azim because the new Azim would be younger, and Elidibus is also younger. So, I think that was part of my reasoning. I am sure La Habrea as well is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak of you, my friend. Although neither Azim nor I had ever met you in the flesh, you came with her highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. That somewhere in the world a guiding star so similar to herself was out there amused Azim to no end. There was not a shade of doubt in her heart that you would be a formidable ally. Furthermore, I've heard stories that Mistress Vana, who held the position of Azim previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. Body horror, physical mutation. I mean, I guess that's already happened in this dungeon, so like, you know. She too now dons the white robes of an advisor. If she placed her absolute faith in you, I knew I would be in capable hands. Aware though I was of the path you had walked, there's worse upcoming. Great. Sarcastic great. Aware though I was of the path you had... Thank you for the warning, though. I had no interest in exposing you. Aware though I was of the path you had walked, I had no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your whole story, but that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. I wanted to tell you that. I have a question about materia melding that I've just thought of. You can see, as an example on these gauntlets, that I have melded a direct hit. And that is because if I had melded another critical hit, it would have capped. And my understanding is that if you over meld, if you like go over, it would have done more than cap. It would have gone over. I would have gotten less from the materia. And my understanding is that is bad and to be avoided. And so I just picked the next stat in priority. That is correct? Okay, I had forgotten if that was correct or not. Thank you. I admit my own grasp on what just occurred is somewhat tenuous. Doubtless La Habrea can elucidate matters for us. I see I'm saying the same line. A keyword's jail. I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, La Habrea, and truth be told, I'd hoped we never would again. I see now that I was a fool to think I would never escape your meddling. Just what is that thing that called himself La Habrea, and why is he the spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe you've only just now found out such a being was wreaking havoc in Pandaemonium. Did you think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandaemonium, including the fact that Azim and Elidibus had taken it upon themselves to investigate. I saw no reason to insert myself into the situation. For a time, that was. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the key wards stating that research and operations were proceeding as usual. By the way, the motif of Amarat and To the Edge and whatnot. While Hephaestus' deception was almost childish in its simplicity, it became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning. I could hardly imagine that you would suffer another Damasquerade as one of the convocation, not without good reason at least. They accidentally tagged everyone in the group chat. It was very suspicious. As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a marker of my station. It is not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half in a manner of speaking. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way. Yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire. All the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. Oh, so you're like Cain after years, and you went to the Mount Ordeals, and then you got beaten up by your dark side? Got it. That's exactly totally what happens. And then La Habrea is going to become a holy dragoon, and it's going to be really, really goofy. If what you say is true, what purpose would such a being serve? He is the product of experimentation gone awry. Yeah, I think that's what I think he's actually done. He exported all of his negative emotions into someone else or something. A reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seems time is a way of unearthing the shame we bury. When he spoke of my mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? Sucro glaring. His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. And now that he's awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandaemonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster unto our star. As Chief Keyword of Pandaemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. Gasp. Gasp. What? You would leave the other warders to their doom? 'Tis a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandaemonium if its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yet, as you can see by Ericthonios' response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Azam and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. It was the only way I could truly determine the best solution. And you need not trouble yourself with that further. Further, the Chief Keyword must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, are of no consequence. Have you taken even a moment to consider another path? No! You've spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea of the trials we've endured, the foes that Sucro has stood against. Hey, haven't we heard about... Didn't we hear at some point about La Habrea being obsessed with his duty in, like, our time? Isn't that, like, a point about La Habrea that was made at one part of the game? Okay. Piano. Sucro, is it? A being of such ether as I have never seen. What are you? I'm a cat. She's the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to her stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear your opinion, Sucro. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. It's too soon to give up on saving the others. La Habrea can't be trusted, or... What was that thing you said about being an emissary? We can't give up now. Agreed. We still know nothing about Hephaestus, and I highly doubt La Habrea has been forthcoming with the truth. But we've managed to regain control of Asphodelos. He must be made to see that there's merit in continuing on this path. I have it. Speak in your official capacity as Elidibus the Emissary. Judge which approach is more sound, and even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. Gasp. As Elidibus, I am duty-bound to remind everyone that there are still 7 fights in this trial series. I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality, and we need 7 more battles. Or so. My opinion as Themis can carry no weight. You understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time, seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust you'll find the best way forward. Nod. Very well. Then in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying Pandaemonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers. and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge that the most measured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Abyssos, interring any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness Sucro's might and Erechthonios' resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and only then decide if our endeavor is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if indeed I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandaemonium. You needn't worry about that. We won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. And you're even more tedious than I remember. Sucro, come find me when you're finished. Laha Brea is going to report and blacklist me if I make a single mistake in the next fight. Erechthonios is understandably frustrated, but if we were to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads. Pray lend an ear to his troubles, that their weight might be lightened. You've done all you can with words, only your actions can convince me now. What about that one? What if I poke you a lot? Despite recent developments, our plans remain unchanged. Pray call me Themis for the time being, which shall put us in. It should put us all in the correct mindset, and in fact, I may be coming to prefer that name. You do have my gratitude, ill-fit as I am to show it at the moment. Without your words to sway him, Laha Brea would have carried out his plan without a second thought. When at first we realized the creations had slipped their bonds, the other keywords did all in their power to restore order. Even though they could have chosen escape, they remained to aid their allies. I'm certain not a soul among them would wish to see this facility erased from the world, and they don't deserve to be abandoned simply for carrying out their duty. And besides, Hephaestus has secrets yet untold. Secrets that would be buried if Pandaemonium were reduced to rubble. I mean to uncover the truth behind his words, the truth of my mother. While Laha Brea was quick to dismiss his claims, I failed to see what Hephaestus would gain by fabricating such a story. Your cooperation, mostly. All I was told of my mother's death was that she perished in an accident. No one would say more. It was almost as if they feared saying more, in fact. Even if it was not Laha Brea that dealt the fatal blow, we've seen with our own eyes how quickly he can condemn others to die. I only wish to know at last what befell her. What do you think, Sucro? Does the Laha Brea you know have any regard for the lives of others? Or will he carry out his duty with another's blood on his hands? He was always a man who worked from the shadows. He once used my ally as a vessel for his own twisted ends, or I have no idea what he might be like in this age. He's taken over bodies for his evil plans, so what would possess him to do that? Even for Laha Brea, such an act would be a black mark against him if it were made known. Can't imagine how much your ally suffered. But it is plain there is much to consider. Thank you, Sucro. It's easy for me to get carried away by emotion when he's concerned. Where he's concerned. We should focus on the task at hand, proving to Laha Brea that we are capable of saving Pandaemonium and its keepers. The most convincing way to do that would be to regain control of Abyssos. Nod. Nod. Although I'm loath to admit it, he would know more about those depths than any of us, and seeing as how we require every advantage we can afford. Sucro, would you speak to him for us? He seems to have a special interest in your capabilities and may deign to help at your suggestion, if only to see what you can do. Researchers of different layers seldom contact one another unless work is involved, and I know next to nothing about the keyword of Abyssos. Any morsels of information La Habrea can offer would be a boon. I didn't check before. I got 2 commendations for that last fight. I don't really know why. I guess I kept people alive. Anyway. I am very critical of my own gameplay. I was actually pondering the question earlier of, like, knowing how critical I am of myself and how quick to fall into despair I am at messing up at all. I wonder what the best job to play actually is for the sake of my mental health and no other factors. But I don't think there's an answer to that question, like, that can be definitive in any way. Because no job is going to be the same for everyone. One might argue that Summoner is one of the least complex jobs to play, but I'm not used to it. And I tried it and I sort of stumbled around a lot. So I'd have to practice that too. The responsibilities of tanking and healing are also concerning still, even though I was a tank for a long time. Nericthonios appears to have a deep trust in you. And Elidibus tells me you share some relation to Azim. Your unusual ether does not mark you as a familiar. It is unlike anything I've seen, even among the countless concepts I've observed. To think that I would encounter an existence I could not create by my own hand. Azim never ceases to surprise. Hand on hip. The previous Azim was much the same, and taking the entirety of the star into consideration, she came to hold dear emotions and people that a more logical mind would have discarded. This made her act in her own self-interest more often than not. Hey, by her self-interest, do you mean the interests of others? Are you perceiving her selflessness as selfishness because you don't comprehend it? By any chance? Just wondering. Just as you and Elidibus have conducted yourselves in this matter. Yes, you are. Okay. The true danger of Azim's nature is its tendency to infect all those she comes into contact with. Yeah, I mean, I would have to practice anything, and I probably am doing fine. It's just I don't know how to defeat my own depression, I guess. Sorry for the serious topic, but you know, whatever. That's just sort of a thing that I talk about sometimes, and people are still here, so they must be okay with it. Emmett Selk said much the same. Trust that I shall do naught that would violate my duty. And yet you so frivolously invoked your authority as emissary to justify this little excursion. It matters little, however, only your deeds can speak for you now. You wish to know more of Abyssos, I take it. Although I no longer have control over many of its functions, I can yet sense what creations lie within. The chief keywords reach as far indeed. Well then, what do we have to look forward to? Well, Hades was hanging out with Vana, who was formerly Azim. Though I think La Habrea is speaking in a general sense of the seat of Azim, I guess. I sense no creations of note. Perhaps they've been made into fodder for experimentation, or perhaps they've been transferred to the deeper circles. Yet Hephaestus would never allow you safe passage. He's left a trial for you to overcome. I speak of Hegemon. I think that's how you say that? Keyword of Abyssos. Although her presence is stained with marks of corruption, it is unmistakable. Well, Sucro is not Azim, even if she is connected to Azim. I knew her as a woman gifted in magic and blessed with a highly logical mind. While I can sense those qualities within her still, there's something else at work. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say that's because she's already been twisted into a Hermethios, doubtless against her will. Sucro, Themis, we must rescue her from that cruel fate. And if we cannot, we can at least seal her away until we find a means to undo the damage. Nod, nod. Your allies make you bold, Erechthonios. I very much look forward to seeing how far they carry you. Yeah, that term came up before. Abyssos number 6. I assume that this is the aforementioned body horror. Hegemon was a woman of reason and logic. She would never be swayed to Hephaestus' wretched schemes. I hope she was not made to suffer overmuch. Let us not change a strategy that has served us well thus far. Bring Hegemon to heal Sucro, and Erechthonios and I shall inter her when the time is right. The next 3, okay. Now we prove our strength. Only then can we free the other warders and unveil the truth hidden in Pandaemonium's shadows. As silly as it is, sometimes I wish I didn't have to practice everything and could just be instantly good at something. Though I'm probably not as bad at anything as I think I am. I'm sure that's not actually that silly of a wish, because I'm sure plenty of people have that thought. But in my case, I just have a tendency to immediately feel bad as soon as I do anything incorrect. And I would like to be able to be good at something so I could feel better about something instead. Dragoon eventually gets more complicated than that. And I have played a Dragoon before in a previous, a long ago version of the game. Summoner is regarded as one of the simplest DPS classes to play by many, or I hesitate to say it is the easiest one because it is just a lot of people saying that. And different things are easy for different people and so on. You seem to be not doing too well. Oh no, you've subdivided the square into more squares with your logic and reasoning. You have your own theme also. Turn away when the counter over your head runs out, said somebody. Both tanks have their stance on, so I don't know who's real. He's swept away in a flood of ether. That was the wrong button. Okay. Yeah, that's forward and back. That I can understand. Rot from the inside out. Ah, I see. That's the counter previously mentioned by someone. Wait, I turned... Oh, okay, that's why you turn away. That's why you said body horror, because it gives you the body horror. I don't like that, but okay. Oh. 2 tank busters. Maybe that's why maybe that's why the body horror was mentioned anyway. Do white mages do like a whole lot more damage than Sage, or is that just me? Because there's a white mage in the party that is... Last time there was also a white mage, and they were also doing way more damage than I was, judging by the aggro counts. Oh, I didn't notice that. Here's my cool plan to turn around better. I was apparently facing that way. It may also be that I'm constantly not applying my damage over time correctly. But I am at the bottom of the list, which makes sense as a healer, but the other healer's at 5, so I don't know. I don't know what that means for me. I've also forgotten to do my MP management. You cannot measure against a keyword, apparently. I've also forgotten my food. Excuse me? I don't understand what this means. Okay. Something funny about this game is that I thought they had started like making markers that were more readily identifiable and universal. No, wait, that's bad. What do I do here? However, they have chaos nonsense. Oh, I thought the center looked safe. They keep introducing completely new and unseen markers to remember in the future, which I will not. And I keep dropping my god dang whatever. Sorry for negativity again. Shield healer generates less aggro. Actually, that does make sense. I forgot that healing also does aggro that somehow. Probably just because I'm looking for ways to be negative. I don't know why I'm so negative lately. Anyway, she's defeated. I did fine. I feel like trials for a sage are actually easier than dungeons, because you have the other healer there, I guess. Stop being negative is maybe one of the least helpful things that you could possibly say, to be completely honest. Sorry. I got 3 commendations. The phrase, stop being negative, is similar in my mind to, have you tried cheering up in response to depression, which is not how it works. Anyway, I could sense from there that Hegemon had been contained. The effect of Hephaestus' tinkering is even more dire than I'd imagined. Sorry. As is to be expected, Erechthonios appears quite pleased with our victory. We've won. The keyword is sealed away and alive this time. La Habrea can't deny us now. Servant of violence. I think part of the negativity is just hearing I'll finish my thought first. Part of the negativity is just hearing of so many people, though they are probably a loud minority, hearing of so many people, a loud minority among the player base, I mean. Part of the negativity is probably hearing this loud subset of the player base, or hearing about them, who are extremely negative, expect people to read guides and understand everything beforehand, get really mad if you make mistakes, etc., etc. There's always a fear of those people being out there as part of it too. Also, it is correct, there is no trick to getting over depression, but you can't always just push through it. So it doesn't work as advice either. And also everyone's depression is going to be different. Everyone's mental health in general is not going to be exactly the same. Our plan was a success, although I hardly need to tell you that. Hegemon has been sealed away, and now you have no choice but to admit the merit in our methods. You have the right of it. I am not so petty as to deny the achievements of those I've squabbled with, no matter how strongly we disagree. Smirk. Moreover, this being, ether as thin as retreating mist, unable to wield creation magics, yet powerful enough to subdue a Hemethios, has made this ordeal far more interesting. Then we have leave to continue. As for that, there is one among you whose very presence puts the others at risk. It would be best to proceed without him, for failure would have consequences that reach far beyond pandaemonium. Gasp. And of whom do you speak? A warder who cannot even conduct his duty without aid. In this place, hope alone is not enough to overcome what awaits you. A single misstep will send all to their doom. Smile? So long as we each do our part and look to the allies by our side, even a neophyte can upraise his companions. That's something that Sucro and Themis taught me. While I do not wish to express any bias, I am inclined to agree. If my investigation has made anything clear, it is that we are together greater than the sum of our parts. And hope has brought us this far. It drives us to seek the right path, and to act before that path lies closed to us. Then tell me, what is it you hope for? For whom do you fight? To see Hephaestus in chains, that's the surest way to prevent further sacrifices. I'm aware that destroying pandaemonium would rid us of him, but the cost is far too great. And I admit, I wish to know how he means to resurrect Athena. And there we have it. You must leave this place at once, and do not think to set foot in pandaemonium again. You are capable, that much is plain, yet Hephaestus cannot be suffered to live, and I shall not allow his talk of resurrection to poison mine or anyone else's mind. Life flows in a cycle, this is known. All souls return to the underworld, and Athena's is no exception. She's likely found a new vessel, and a new journey to embark upon. You cannot be ignorant to the folly of Hephaestus' words. Even were he to breathe life into a body, the soul contained within would not be your mother's. What if our knowledge was imperfect? What if Hephaestus has discovered something that no one else has? He knows all that you do, understands the bitter reality of the world. He wouldn't pursue the impossible. Think, Erechthonios. I've already explained that he's merely my twisted reflection. Is it worth bringing back your mother if it means others are used and discarded like tools? Is it worth it? To see her once more? Now you measure the worth of your colleagues' lives? What was that foolish braying about saving them? Merely a performance to hide your childish devotion to your mother? Please, such barbs will get us nowhere. We should first discuss... You would call me fool? You who murdered your wife in service of your ambition? For the sake of the star, no doubt. I could hear it again, that voice inside my head. I know who to follow, Hephaestus. Father! Mother, oh, I love you so, and this voice will guide me to you. That's bad. No, listen not, Erechthonios. Apologies. You taught me that the calm heart stays the course, but I could never even grasp the rudder. You make an interesting comparison. Triumphant quest jingle that doesn't fit. I just aimed to put Cardia on the tank who had the aggro at the time. This was Hephaestus' work, there can be no doubt. It seems he learned from his previous failure. I feel like this set of Pandaemonium has more time between fights than the previous set. That's not a positive or negative, it is just an observation. Hephaestus is cunning despite his warped mind. Whatever took hold of Erechthonios, it made short work of his reason. From the moment he laid eyes upon me, I could sense his hatred and rage simmering below the surface. It was but a matter of time until it spilled forth, and that was when he fell into the spell's embrace. Magic woven with such skill that Erechthonios himself failed to notice until it was too late. If this is the measure of Hephaestus' power, then the other keywords had little chance to resist it. We saw his work during our encounter with Hesperos. Doubtless Hephaestus' magics fed his admiration and envy until there was room for naught else in his heart. When there was something else besides, did you not feel the presence of another? Nod. Explaining. As I thought, someone was trying to warn Erechthonios, but whom? Could it have been one of the keywords? I'm guessing it's Athena somehow. Alas, their warning arrived too late. I'd already provoked Erechthonios past the point of no return. I bear the burden for this failure. In my stubbornness, I could but scorn the boy, and Hephaestus knew that. And now I dread to think of the ordeal that awaits him due to my rashness. Sound of distant bats. There is yet time to save him. We can easily regain control of Abyssos, giving us a firm foothold from which to brave Pandaemonium's lowest level. The enemy is within reach. Determined. Just as with Hesperos, Erechthonios is in danger of being consumed by Hephaestus' spell. However, I have faith that he will not easily lose sight of himself. The way forward is clear. La Habrea, pray tell us all you know of what we shall find beyond Abyssos. I can only assume one more keyword lies in wait. The deepest level of Pandaemonium is called Tartaros, and your passage shall be challenged not only by a keyword. Hephaestus has laid traps in every corner of its halls. You have no hope of surviving far past the threshold. That, I expect, is where Sucro shall shine. Her dissolute ether shall allow her to slip through the traps unimpeded. We saw it when Hephaestus' it had no effect, and doubtless even he is yet to devise a countermeasure. Nod. Then time is of the essence. Hephaestus is already well aware that you can match a keyword in battle. He will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure. I find it interesting how the story of Pandaemonium frames this as Sucro alone being this strong, even with like the summoning of the reflections and whatnot. Or like the summoning of, I forget exactly what they claim the other party members are, but still. This is framed, the way the story is framed is as if Sucro were soloing every boss fight. Which in context, she could arguably kind of be, but not really. It's a bit odd. He will not stand idle while you stroll past his other defenses at your leisure. Agreed. However, clarity will be indispensable to our success, and I'm afraid I must insist upon it ere we depart. Questioning head tilt. We have yet to discern to what end Hephaestus would use Erechthonios. If you know, I would ask that you enlighten us. And then there is the matter of Athena. Why do you so fiercely rebuke Erechthonius' feelings for his mother? While I understand the very thought of resurrecting the dead is anathema, you act as if grief over her passing should be equally so. How are we to grapple with what plagues our friend and drives our foe if you refuse to acknowledge it? I do acknowledge it. I wish only to spare those that feel it still greater pain. Folded arms. So, did you mean to protect Erithonios with your silence? So instead of being honest, you bicker like a child? And so you drove your own son over the edge? Do you think they worded this last choice specifically because of to the edge? As a bit? Did you mean to protect him with what you were saying? Or not saying? Gasp. How dare you? No, you are right. Wait, what were the other bad dads in this expansion? The blame for Erithonios' fate rests squarely on my shoulders. Oh wait, Fortuno, I guess? He was redeemed somewhat. Very well, I shall lay bare the truth, but only after the foe before us has been laid low, because there's been too much plot in between the last fight and the next one, already. We must consider the pacing of the raid series, Sucro. The remaining keyword is Agdistis. She's served in Pandaemonium since its inception, and her affinity for magic is peerless even among the keywords. Hermes? I don't think Hermes counts as a bad father. Not really. Hephaestus knows that losing her would mean the end of his experiments. He's hidden her in a space unreachable by conventional means. Misguided? I don't even know if that... He was really depressed. He did an experiment that he could not have predicted the results of being as bad as they were. And then, like, he fell deep into despair as a result of this. And I don't know if he can be blamed for any of that. And, like, a great source of his depression and despair was society around him. So I don't feel like he is to blame. Or Medion is to blame for anything, really. But your presence makes mockery of such barriers. The scarcity of your ether means it will be trivial to send you directly to Agdistis. We shall approach as closely as caution will allow. We know where the battle will commence, so I do not anticipate difficulty in detecting your presence. According to Sucro lore, she also has a bad father, so I guess there's that too. From afar, I shall do my best to provide you with ground on which to fight, and phantom allies to aid you. As for the interment, I have yet to think of a foolproof method. I guess so? If you consider the Emperor of Garlemald a father to the nation, in a more abstract sense of the word. Or something. Interment shall not be necessary. You're gonna tell us to kill people again, aren't you? From here I can sense Agdistis' essence, but it's scarcely recognizable. Hephaestus was more ambitious with her than he was with Hegemon. She's been transfigured such that barely a scantling of herself remains. It's kind of unclear what Hermes accidentally, or did actually expect. And I guess Sucro's father was mostly absent, but, like, also what she knows of him is that he sucked a lot and was a jerk. So, you know. And then he may or may not have ended up becoming one of the many incarnations of Odin by finding the sword, depending on whether or not I think that's still canon. That was an idea I had once, anyway. We can but take comfort in what a mercy the underworld will be to her. You really like killing people, but okay, fine. Yeah, got bored after a day and left is definitely bad dad behavior. I had a thought the other day that part of why he left immediately is that he actually did that one meme with like the two of the you know, the tarot cards of the sword suite, where there's one that's like someone carrying a bunch of swords and then one of someone crying next to a bunch of swords hung on the wall with the caption of getting absolutely twisted and coming home with a bunch of swords and then waking up the next morning with a bunch of swords. I feel like Sufunk is exactly the kind of person who would actually do that. And this would not have gone well with the other people in the local area or vicinity. And he probably would have been like, well, yeah, and left. And also that would connect him to why he found the Odin sword. Because, like, he's a sword-liking type of guy, I guess. Yeah. I shall establish control of Abyssos while keeping an eye on your battle. When the dust has settled, Hephaestus will have nowhere left to flee. I sense that Hephaestus has come close to perfecting his image of a Hemetheos, which means his research is in its final stage. Abyssos 7. I'll try to be not negative. I see we have a lot of lights in this one. Do you think they will have more battle arenas that are not square in the future? Or do you think they will all be square in the future? I think they've forgotten what a circle is. To some degree. And they've certainly never heard of a triangle. The world is square, you're right. There are still all kinds of... I guess there are circles here and there. And I don't mean that as criticism, I just think it's kind of funny that they keep making things square. There's just something very funny about like a flat, basic square shape arena. To me, and I don't know why. I don't know why this is funny. Maybe if I play healer enough, I will feel more confident in it, and it'll be a sort of physician heal thyself type of thing in a way. As long as it's not a but doctor I am Pagliacci kind of thing instead. Did I do that? Maybe metaphorically? I think the danger of trying to tank these would be like if you don't know a mechanic, like part of my reasoning for why tank responsibility is a bit scary is like if I don't know a mechanic, I might accidentally direct it into the other party. Oh, they did remember a circle. Never mind. I was thinking like you might easily direct it. Oh. Well, that's hey, why did we say the last body horror was worse than this body horror? Is it just because they put snakes on Sucro? Okay, you have the same theme as the previous boss. Because it's on Sucro? Yeah, that's fair. Cool reindeer. This is Dark Souls to me, a little bit. Is this what became of the keyword? How dreadful. Whoop. Tanks are fighting over aggro. If you will not leave, then you shall become mine. Sephiroth. That looks like move. I said Sephiroth because Tree... I am Magdistis? Yes, and this is my vessel. Have I been gifted with new test subjects? Oh. Now you're gonna punch the ground again, I think. Oh, but you're punching over here. Am I supposed to tell where you're punching based on your... Okay, yeah, you hold your fists over there if you're punching close, and you hold them elsewhere if you're punching far. Got it. I nearly did not perceive... Oh, okay, there's knockback also. Oh. I don't know why I took so much damage. Is it save a bone stack? Perhaps you require more room for heroics. Oh, I think I've seen this battle arena in a tutorial video. Be gone from my sight or suffer. Hey, hey, hey. Okay, you're... Wait. Okay, we're all bleeding. Yeah, I guess it was the Vuln stack there. I sense convergences of ether. Beware what they may spawn. Okay, so ad phase is what you mean. Maybe? Twisted life forms. Oh. Okay. Another word, okay, for... Oh, wait, no, there's this. That's difficult to see. Oh. I didn't notice there was one over there, too. God. This fight is difficult from a spatial awareness perspective. Okay, so you're gonna be stay on the circle. You're gonna be like, I hit the paths. Yes, but also not in the way that I thought. Okay. What do you mean by this? I shall give you ground on which to fight, but you must move deftly. That's funny. No, Automaton Queen, you were in the bad zone. Oh. I didn't process that those would continue going. Both healers are down, and we have a red mage. This fight is a lot to understand. I'm struggling to process everything. The red mage has revived the astrologian, I think. Ah, I'm also... Right, dual cast. Red mage is a cool job for that reason. Oh god. No. Good grief. Oh wait, you already got res. Okay. I am running out of MP. Close. There was a tether in there too, I think. I'm just gonna overheal more than I should. Okay, so it's you again. There's also the stuff happening. Oh, meteors. Dang it. I didn't process that's what that meant either. Oh, wait, you only did a one punch. I thought that was meant you were going to slam close. Oh, that was a paladin using... Got it. Oof, okay. I think I would like to respectfully disagree with the third fight being the most difficult one, because that was the most visually overwhelming one to me. So the third one, I might have gotten lucky with a lot of people knowing exactly what to do. I do not know the answer to that question about what killed us. Or what killed people. I was alive somehow. Did we have like an entire party of reindeer people? I think we had a group of people wearing reindeer suits. That was a spammed raid wide, okay. So that would have been the correct time for Pandaemonium if I knew the fight perfectly. This is a fact I will most likely forget as a result of not having to do this fight frequently. I did not get a commendation. Well, Pandaemonium puts like multi-layered shields on everybody, so it's perfect for like multi-hits. The moment Agdistis was slain, the flow of ether and pandemonium focused keenly on this location, creating a tunnel of sorts through which we could quickly convey ourselves. That's convenient. It was almost as if we were ushered here. This space was created with care and concealed with powerful wards. Only a key ward would have been able to detect it, and even then with great difficulty. Ergo. Maybe I should try Scholar more too and try to figure out how that works. And be comfortable using that. If possible, I don't know. I could only restore... If only I could restore Tartaros to order, but I'm afraid this is the most I can manage with such power as remains to me. It has been too long, Master La Habrea. Likewise, Keyword Agdistis, I should not be surprised if you were able to break free of Hephaestus' spells, even diminished as you were. The thing about Scholar, not to interrupt this cutscene by thinking about it, Scholar is really weird with how its, like, ether flow works. Like, I did not even realize until I looked at guides that dissolving the fairy also gives you 3 ether stacks. So, like, the optimal Scholar opener involves, like, dissolution and 3 energy drains and then ether flow in 3 energy drains, which is while doing other things, and like also keeping an eye on healing and knowing when not to do dissolution first because you might need the fairy early and so on. It seems a little bit complicated. Yeah, ether flow is a flawed system. Because if anything has a damage utility, it will be prioritized over any other utility. I wish I could play White Mage, but for some reason it makes me dizzy, as I've mentioned. And Astrologian is... I was enjoying Astrologian for a bit, and then I looked up guides on it, and I realized that it's an absolute nightmare to actually play it optimally. Because you have to weave, like, you have to be like attack. You have to be like draw a card, attack, play, draw, attack, play, draw, attack. And that's nightmare on controller. I know I don't need to be optimal, but I feel bad when I am not doing as well as I could be. I want to do as best as I can because of a number of reasons. So if I am playing in a way that I know is not optimal in a game like this, where you don't have like character customization or whatever. So like there is one thing that all Astrologians collectively have as the optimal way to play according to people at the highest level, then I feel bad for not trying to emulate that, because I want to do as best as I can, because I want to... Because I'm like in a party, so I want to help other people and so on. Doing the optimal performance is an entirely valid mode of play. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. I mean, I guess, yeah, it is. That is true, but that just makes me want to avoid it. Because there's also a part of all of this that is being afraid of criticism. Or like people seeing me make mistakes or whatever. You shouldn't use damage mitigation? What? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, you mean the DPS shouldn't do it? Why not? If you have nothing else to weave and it would do something, then why not? That one I don't get. It wastes DPS. Not if you don't have a weave to do. You can weave those. That's just an OGCD. If you are out of OGCDs, there would be literally no reason to not use Addle or Feint if it would be useful. I don't get it. Presumably the advice would be... Presumably the advice, if I were to take it in the most positive possible light from the vague context that I have, presumably the advice would actually mean one of two things. One, don't worry too much about Addle or Feint, because they do not benefit, they do not have enough benefit to be like super worried about those. Or two, do not use Addle or Feint instead of doing damage. I think those are the two generous ways to interpret people saying not to use those. Because, like, I don't know enough about the game to know how useful they actually are. I mean, you say they are, and I would believe that they are. But it could be that the healers and the tanks have got the mitigation covered enough that it is more important to optimize your damage to these people. I mean, optimizing your damage is the most important thing to these people, period, most likely. And, like I said, the other thing is them just trying to say, like, if there is a tank buster or a raid wide happening, and you could use these things, but you could also weave your OGCD to keep your rotation going, then Addle or Fiend are low priority, would be my guess. But I don't see a reason not to use them. Like, even if you just throw them out there to, like, mitigate auto attacks a little bit, sometimes that could probably be helpful. I think the only truly useless button in the game is undraw. As far as job abilities and, like, role actions go, undraw of Astrologian is the worst button in the game, in my opinion, from what I know. I'm sure there's even some application for the ranged role action of applying heavy or bind, though it is very rare. And there is also a very rare application for sleep that magic DPS and healer can do. Sleep and repose, which are both causing sleep. I don't think there is a single use case for undraw in the entire game. If you don't know Astrologian, undraw is just discard your drawn card, no other effects. There is no reason to do this. If you don't want your card, you can try to redraw it. If you don't have redraw, playing it anyway for even a small bonus is better than throwing it out for nothing. That one, I don't know about this Gunbreaker build, but I would guess that it could be optimal in some sense. It's possible for something to be optimal in a way that the math doesn't work out to, or it's possible that the math is unfathomable to those who don't know the context or something. I don't know. It could also be possible that people are just wrong, and I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt for no real reason. Oh yeah, that is true. I wouldn't say that it is my objective to meet... I wouldn't say that is the specific object of me playing it. Huh. I think I sort of understand. My objective is less to play it optimally and more to play it as well as I can in order to try and avoid feeling bad and try to avoid making the game worse for anyone else, because I'm in a party situation and I don't want to mess things up for anyone else. And I want to feel helpful. And I don't know the best way to do that. I don't know which job would be the best for my own sake either, really. I'm not entirely sure if that makes sense or is reasonable, but anyway. I should not be surprised if you were able to break free of Hephaestus' spells, even as diminished as you were. It was not an easy task, even with your aid. His curses dig into one's heart, creating a storm of emotions that is all too easy to become lost in. We did hear about how people are, like, weirdly fervent about La Habrea. Only by chance did a fragment of myself remain, illuminating a path through the madness. And thus I am able to appear before you now, even while my body was powerless to resist Hephaestus' commands. Some small part of my logical mind stood alone in defiance. It even managed to speak to the outside world. The report, that was you. Nod. Doubtless you recognize my voice from the many times I've called out to you. Oh, it wasn't Athena. The hope that those pleas would not fall on deaf ears was all that kept me from succumbing to hopelessness. Nod. It's funny to say doubtless you recognize my voice in an unvoice-acted portion of the game. But I have a greater purpose here than simply saying my farewells. There's something you must know, that the tragedies of the past do not repeat in the present. Forgive me for what I'm about to do, Master La Habrea, but the story must be told. 'Tis the only way to understand Hephaestus' fixation on Erechthonios. No longer can you hide your heart away. That is true. I mean, I probably would worry, but it makes sense to me that it might be possible for one of them to worry me less. At the very least, because the responsibilities and expectations for tanks, healers, and DPS are different. And also there's certain aspects of the game that some roles have to worry less about. Like, tanks can, well, tank through a lot of things, so they are, in some ways, more free to make mistakes. Likewise, a ranged or at least highly mobile class is more freedom to dodge, which is also a way of having more freedom to deal with mistakes, or making mistakes less easy to do. Stuff like that, I guess. And like, different jobs have different difficulties for me as to like, remembering what to do with them and all that, I guess. The main downside of, like, if I switch to DPS, I guess, would be that queue times would become about 30 times longer. Not 30, but, like, a lot longer. Hephaestus? No, the mask marks him as La Habrea. I think I probably have been doing the best as a tank so far, but I don't know. I think I just played as a tank for too much in a row, and I wanted to try other stuff. Because I don't know. I don't know exactly why I wanted to try healer again. Healer gives a good feeling when you do it well. Maybe part of that is just getting a bunch more commendations and seeing number go up and being like, yay! Because sometimes reasons are simple, but I don't know. Master La Habrea had brought an end to Lady Athena's life and sealed away a part of his memories and emotions within Hephaestus. These are my recollections of the moments following. That is true. And you truly have no intention of revealing the truth to Erechthonios. Nod. My lesser half is now buried where none can find it. We would be wise to do the same with our memory of this day. Blood should not sway the spirit so, but Athena's teachings have warped the boy. I fear he would see our star burn to keep his mother safe. Erechthonios believes that he feels love, but he is shackled by dependence. He could not bear the truth. You seem like a real jerk. His dependence makes it all the more important to be open with him. He will seek answers about his mother's loss, which shall inevitably lead him to you. Are you willing to accept the blame for Athena's death? Are you willing to accept your son's hatred? If that is what comes to pass, then so be it. Better to be burdened with hatred than the knowledge that Athena thought his body and soul mere tools, to be used and discarded. Wait, what? Surprise, Athena was the more of a jerk, I guess. Even were I to tell him what his mother plotted, he would ever seek reasons to believe that the true fault lies with me, or with him. Should he merely hate me, he will remain unfettered by doubt, free to serve the star far from his parents' shadow. Well then. It feels... This is, again, being distracted from the scene that's happening. It feels odd that this game seems to have so much design of doing the fights a lot, when, like, there's also not a lot of reasons to repeat them, and if they're older fights, there's not a lot of likelihood that you will. Like, if this were the current content that I was doing right now, you could get rewards and upgrades from it, and you'd be encouraged to do it, like, weekly or whatever, but everything is so, like, one and done once it's not current content anymore, or, like, one and then it's done for now until roulette throws you into it and you go, oh no, I don't remember this. But also, I think I just struggle to remember a lot of things in general. And in a way, I also kind of feel like some of the fight design misled me into thinking that there would be more, like, standardized universal tells and things. Like I was mentioning earlier, I don't know if I want to call it actually, like, misleading, but there's a lot of parts of the game that are like, oh yeah, we're teaching you what all these markers mean and you'll see them all the time. And then these fights are, here is a brand new marker! Look at these squiggly arrows that are going and they're green and yellow or whatever. What does this mean? Figure it out in 5 seconds or die! I'm like, oh. I struggle with reaction time and, like, reflexes and memory. So it's quite possible that in some ways this game just challenges me a lot, specifically with my specific weaknesses. Also, I'm prone to panicking, I guess, probably a little bit. Ericthonius loved his mother more than life itself, and yet, what a dreadful truth you've borne all this time. Probably should have told him, though. Such is La Habrea's nature. Every action, every word a solution to life's great dilemmas, and none to spare for his own. What I have revealed to you is but a small portion of a larger picture. I shall leave it to La Habrea to paint the rest for you, and for Ericthonios, I hope. Thank you, Agdistus. I always admired you, you know. What choice did I have when you sacrificed so much to guide our star to the heavens? Hephaestus has doubtless sensed that his final keyword has fallen. We should return to the surface before he moves to strike us here. If we are to face him, we must be prepared to bring our full strength to bear. Nod. The funny thing about this is that there's a third tier. What's after Hephaestus? It was Erichthonios' hatred of his father that caused him to fall victim to Hephaestus' magics. I will never say this name the same way twice, apparently. Yet the roots of that hatred were born from a son's love. A love nurtured not by a mother caring for her offspring, but by a researcher creating the ideal test subject. Pandaemonium abounds with demons indeed. Agdistis was ever a bold woman, even in her final moments, that she would unearth the secrets of my past for all to look upon. Still, full glad am I that she faced you as her last opponent. I could think of none more worthy to send her soul off to the other side. Your opinion of me is really, like, really positive for how little I've interacted with you. That is a good line, yeah. That cutscene took about twice as long as it was supposed to because I was discussing things. Hopefully that was interesting. But, hopefully that was an interesting discussion and not just whatever. I don't know. I'm gonna BRB though. And I think I will do the funny thing this time. It's time for Gamble. Congratulations and condolences as usual. And hello. I am thinking about the contradiction between my opinions on fights in this game more still. On one hand, I don't like die or learn by dying in the context of an MMO where I fear letting the party down with every action that I take. On the other hand, I don't want to read about how the fight works in advance because I don't want to be spoiled on like what it is and what happens during it. And it feels like reading what happens in advance is the solution to the learn by dying thing, or is a solution to it, but I don't like that either. So there's a contradiction here that is a bit ridiculous, arguably. People do seem pretty chill in this MMO, but also I constantly hear horror stories about, like, there are places on the internet, mostly subreddits, that are all about, like, I think there's one that's like Tales from the Duty Finder or whatever, where people are endlessly complaining about anyone making any mistakes and getting like 1 billion upvotes or whatever. There is some portion of people lurking in the shadows that is absolutely the worst type of person to make a mistake in front of. I'm not looking at Reddit, I'm hearing about it. But, and like, I have actually experienced a handful of these people myself in the past long ago, and like known people who have experienced this before as well. So like, it's not just that I've heard about it, it's just that there is always a low chance of finding the worst people, I guess. I don't know. Oh, that was different text. From a son's undying love for his mother was born a deep well of hatred for his father. For Ericthonios, those emotions were all too real. The efficacy of Hephaestus' magics attests to that. But they were spun by a guiding hand, one which sought to use his inner turmoil as a tool for experimentation. Featuring pipes. The vision you saw told the story far more eloquently than I ever could. Athena was consumed by her research and was willing to sacrifice her own child if it hastened her progress. She did not offer him a position here out of a sense of love or pride. It was merely because she knew he would be the most pliable test subject. I see now why you hid the truth from him. I cannot say with certainty that Ericthonios could handle the weight of such betrayal after holding his mother on a pedestal for so long. Unfortunately, it seems not even her death has ensured his safety. Hephaestus has taken up Athena's research and succeeded in creating Hemethoi, one of those. I know not what his ultimate end is, but 'tis plain it is connected with the resurrection of Athena. So Athena's probably the final boss then, actually. That knowledge alone is sufficient to direct our next course of action. As for the rest of your story, we shall hear it after we have returned Ericthonios to safety, in accordance with Agdistus' last wish. Very well. I can at least assure you that finding him shall prove relatively simple now that Hephaestus can no longer bend pandaemonium to his will. There is but one place left for him to find refuge, the Black Heart of Tartaros, where Athena built her testing compound. We can assume that Hephaestus will offer fierce resistance. I must focus my every effort on securing a safe means of approach. Leave it to me. Nod. La Habrea, I would ask that you assume the duty of summoning Sucro's Phantom Warriors. I have no objections. My ability to fight within Tartaros would be greatly diminished in any case. However, I wish to deal the final blow to Hephaestus myself. There's no need to dirty your hands with such a deed. I take it, then, that you have no intent to seal him away as before. The presence I felt when I encountered Hephaestus bore little resemblance to the entity I created. By his own hand, he has become something far more wicked, and the same magics that once shackled him may very well shatter before the power he wields. And my pride as a researcher, I am loath to repeat the same mistake twice. I would not see these events play out again, and so he must be extinguished. Nod. Well then, I shall open the way forward. May we finish this together. Abyssos 8. I guess to come to some kind of conclusion about all of the talking I was doing, I guess I'm ultimately wondering, should I keep trying healers? Should I go back to Paladin because I've learned how to play Paladin? Or should I, like, try and learn Summoner because everyone says it's the easiest thing in the universe and they fall asleep doing it or whatever? Those are sort of what I've narrowed it down to in my brain. I guess, like, there are other options too, like Machinist or whatever, but... And when I say everyone, I mean... it's mostly Reddit again. So I do look at Reddit sometimes. No, I was going to talk to you. Oh no. The end is in sight. Return to me safely, my friend. If Hephaestus truly means to continue with Eno's resource, then Arisonius is indispensable to his goals. He's safe, but for how much longer I cannot say. Okay, fair enough. I think I also struggle with doing the same thing for too much time at once. I think I wanted to change and try something else.
Ericthonios is mine, heart and soul.
So that's your
And with
voice
your
then.
Death, none will be left to stop me.
Check out these tubes! Someone in the party chat says, time for funny snakes. Perfect Imperfection is a interesting title to have. Ah, this time it is red because La Habrea, I guess. If there are two sages, do you split Cardia or put it on the same person?
Eternal in the dark depths of this prison.
I don't want to do that. It does stack, but I'm not sure if it's a good idea to make it stack or not. That's all I mean by that.
From fulgent flame my servants rise.
Oh god. You're doing a Eden Thancred.
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
And okay, you also have a burden.
Let seep sorrow into your heart. I tire of this farce. Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Wait,
You will know.
that's a fragment of the Ultima theme. Oh, what the? What? Okay, so you're gonna do 3 knockbacks. I freaking guess. And then over here? Yeah, alright.
Perish in flame's embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
Dang it, I was still standing in that. I thought I was out of the way.
From fulgent
Dang it,
flame,
I didn't know it would
servants
keep going.
rise. A fitting death.
A lot of people are dying. That's not great for us. Oh, I died immediately again because yeah, okay. We lose this one.
I shall see my wish fulfilled.
Sage doesn't really have tools to solve emergencies quickly, is what I've read.
You are prey to be consumed.
I need to remember that I have Numa. That's sort of like the only thing I've got. Well, there's a funny snake. I can at least try and figure out what's going on. So there's gonna be, that marker means a funny snake is gonna appear and do a look, I guess. People are, I guess they're gonna fight to the death. Just in case.
Sear flesh from bone.
I can only assume there will eventually be a moment when this no longer becomes practical to do. Huh. I don't really know what that meant, I guess. I guess these are tracing a, okay, they're just tracing an area that will then blow up.
Leave naught but ash in your wake.
Okay. Someone is asking if we want a rundown or just dive right back in. I honestly don't know what to say in response.
Rest eternal in the dark depths of this prison. From fulgent flame my servants rise. Out of my sight! Leave naught but ash in your wake. Let's seep sorrow into your heart.
That was the wrong button. And the wrong tank.
Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
I guess it is, yeah.
You will know my rage. Perish in flame's embrace. Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
Okay, so those two first. So go over here. Oh, wait. What? I don't think it's easy to...
Fulgent flame, my servant's ride.
I can't see all four of these at the same time, so I don't understand what to do there. Or how other people saw all of them.
I shall see my wish fulfilled. You are afraid to be consumed.
It seemed like those fires that I couldn't see all of at the same time were also kind of random. So I do not understand what I was meant to be doing to know those. So over here for this one. Dang it.
Leave naught but ash in your wake. Out of my sight. Behold the fruits of sacrifice.
Okay, we're at the point where stuff is repeating. At least.
You will know my
I should have waited to use that. Oh.
Who
Dang
praying
it.
before a god? semblance.
No, not the one I don't get again.
Go forth and sate your boundless hunger.
Okay, you can see all four of them at the same time from like this angle. Okay, now they're going in there. Okay, now I get it. Now they're going in there, and you're doing this at the same time. In a confusing way that is new.
Let's seep sorrow into your heart.
I was high on the aggro table that time, and I don't know if that means it's because I was doing a lot of healing or too much healing, or if everyone was equally confused. Or I think a lot of people were new to that time. I mean, as a healer, you can also be, or you could at least at one point, be too high on the aggro table by overhealing. So, like, at least in some version of the game, that meant doing a bad job. Which I don't know if that's true now. I rolled low. Only position that matters is one. You know, maybe. Oh, wow. Really? I rolled a 14. Well, alrighty then. Did I get any cards from any of this? Everyone else has it? Well, maybe. It seemed like some people were new to that, though. 3 commendations. When you say this is the easiest, do you mean this specific fight? That seems subjective, also. But I guess, like, once I figured it out, it was not that bad. I was confused by some of it. I am always hesitant to say anything is the most difficult or easy in any context. The chain of events that led to this moment began with my error, when out of mercy I confined you here. Now I break it and leave no trace of you behind. This is not over. I see you will not go peacefully. Even a cast-off would uphold his pride, though such an impulse must speak to the overwhelming arrogance of my other self. The name Hephaestus shall grow to eclipse yours. None shall remember the deeds of La Habrea once I fulfill Athena's ambition and bring Erichthonios' dream to life. First of all, La Habrea is a title? Unless it wasn't right now, which would be interesting. But I don't think people are gonna forget the deeds of the title that is on the convocation. So, whatever. Second of all, you're evil and I shoot you with laser. You speak as if you care a whit for the boy. Why then do you cower behind him? There are some desires which must not be realized. Athena would see the world destroyed if it meant she could find hers in the ruins. As for Erechthonios... he knows not what his wish would beget, a truth which you have hidden from him. Do you truly believe a father's role is to deceive and manipulate? Funny for you to say that, but I guess you are talking to yourself. My wish? Talking to yourself in a sense. You would claim the name Hephaestus and call yourself his father, yet you bind his mind and body in dark chains. Your words and your pride ring hollow. Athena wanted her son by her side, and he desires to return there. What wickedness is there in mending a broken family? Athena cared not for Erechthonios beyond how he could serve her ends. You claim to be acting in his interest, but 'tis plain you are no different. As I ushered Athena to her end, I vowed that my sole mission in life would be to guide this star true. In service to that vow, I silenced the whispers of my heart. I could not nurture a son whilst an entire world looked to me for guidance. For that choice, I bear the responsibility. Yet he is still my son, and I'll not suffer you to seduce him with false hope. You who are naught but the bitter dregs of Athena and I, the very worst of us. Mother, she... No! Then who... How do I... Gasp. Trust in La Habrea, hearken to your heart, or come back to us. Listen to your heart. I hear you. I owe you and Themis an apology. Athena, did you ever... On La Habrea, I will have my say! Hell yeah. Slow motion gasp also. How? His mind was mine! I can't explain. Sucro's words reached me through the haze. They rang loud and clear. As did the words of another, in a voice much like yours, but resounding with truth. How? When did you master these bonds? Oh, we've interred much worse. You worthless... You... Ah! So you did steal the seat, literally. I kind of thought you did, but it wasn't explicitly clear. Maybe. Maybe it was? I don't know. I'm gonna cast a heal. It appears my failures have borne fruit after all. That seems possible. It seems like a bad idea, but it seems possible. Does this robe even have pockets? Guess it does now. You did well, son. Smile? That'll probably help a little bit. Where are we? Oh, we're in, you know, this place. With Hephaestus' essence contained in a crystal, we may safely return Erchthonius above, that he would bind Hephaestus with only half his senses intact. You quite understated his adeptness in the art of interment. It was hardly what I had in mind, but a feat deserving of praise nonetheless. I feel a bit better about how I did in that fight, I guess, by the way. I did decently, I did great. Well, which is it? I feel no trace of Hephaestus' poison in your mind, and for a blessing it appears your body is none the worse for wear. I'm here too! I made my way here as soon as I could. I no longer sense Hephaestus, and the force assailing Pandaemonium's barriers has ceased. Are we rid of him for good and all? Well, kinda. I mean, not. I see. Despite his muddled senses, Erchthonius felt that to seal Hephaestus away was the proper course. It wasn't so noble as that. I only knew something had to be done, so I acted. La Habrea, was that how you dealt with Hephaestus in the past? Indeed, he was not but the parts of my memory and soul that I had cut away, a mass of ether without a material vessel. Storing his essence within a crystal was the most logical choice. So I guess he did use his crystal. So once again, something has been mentioned before being mentioned. Which is funny. On that matter, I believe the time has come for you to share the rest of your tale, of Hephaestus' creation and Athena's end. I heard your words, but only vaguely, as if from under the surface of a deep pool. My mother wished to use me. I would hear the whole truth. I want to know what happened here and what drove Athena to act as she did. I'm ready. Athena's brilliance outshone us all. Even the other members of the Words of La Habrea were as children in comparison. So dedicated to research was she that it was not unheard of for her to forget meals or even sleep. Her mind was ever grasping for knowledge, and it was in this endless search that she became obsessed with uncovering the secrets of life. You see, while we can conceive life in various forms, the means of creating a soul are beyond our ken. Similarly, though we can enhance and alter our physical vessels, we have ever been bound to them. Athena's purpose was to shatter these limitations. Such limitations we were not meant to surpass. She sought to enter the realm of gods. We're very depressed people, as it turns out, from Ultima Thule, but, you know, scarce few have the ability to comprehend what such a task entails, let alone the courage to attempt it. For most, the thought would be an idle fancy, considered once and then discarded. Not so for Athena. As leader of the Words of La Habrea, I spoke with her often about transcending our being. From an academic perspective, the challenge has plagued countless researchers through the ages. It was during these musings that I began to formulate a theory, a means by which a person could meld with a creation. The weaknesses of one would be mitigated by the strengths of the other, and the result could be something greater than we'd ever imagined. Although it was but a theory, Athena insisted I develop it further, curious about every detail along the way. Our conversations became more frequent, and our platonic relationship grew into something much more. I take it I was born not soon after. Well, he didn't say animals specifically. Just so. I believe she bore true affection for me and was blind to her hidden intentions. When Pandaemonium was built and she requested to lead the researchers, I saw no reason to deny her. Even setting aside our relationship, her accomplishments as a scholar made her the obvious choice. However, in giving her Pandaemonium, I also gave her free rein to conduct whatsoever experiments she could devise. Oh yeah, I guess there are a bunch of La Habrea symbols. And when you found out what she was doing, you killed her. I made haste to Pandaemonium the moment I learned of these hidden chambers. I left Agdistus to keep watch from Tartaros's vestibule as I ventured deeper, speaking, knowing not what would await me. I mean, she requested to lead the team of Pandaemonium. This particular part he didn't know about. As for what occurred next, it is best to see with your own eyes. She's wearing a mask. I happen to know that there is a wind-up Athena. And now I'm wondering why anyone would want that. Is that me? You are well aware that out of respect for our neighbors in Elpis, the researchers of Pandaemonium are not to be masked. That you stand before me with your face covered. What petty defiance is this? Smile. What indeed? So quick you are to rebuke me, though you yourself has not set foot in these halls since their inception. You must have known you could not conceal this from myself and Agdistus forever. As well you know that I cannot allow it to continue. Completion, I mean, makes sense, but like, why would anyone want to summon that? I mean, yeah. I shall say this but once. Release Erechthonios, else I shall have no choice but to strike you down. I would meet my end at the hands of none other. However, ere my time is come, I will have you know the why of it. Then you will not desist. Once you understand what has driven me this far, you shall see that stopping was never an option. The feelings of one weigh little against the needs of the entire star. Of course, of that I am well aware, but you did not deign to descend from your lofty heights simply to lecture me as you would a child. You have an interest in my motivations. What possessed Athena, peerless researcher and mother to the son of the great La Habrea, to embark upon the path to her downfall? History will demand an answer, but it is you who deserves one. Give me your hand, La Habrea, and we shall know one another. I missed that. More deeply than something something. That was automatic. We will know one another more deeply than ever before, is what she said. Impossible. You bonded your souls? Aye, that the boundaries between us would cease to be, she offered me everything to be understood. I found myself unable to refuse. At that moment, my mind was a storm of questions, yet one roared the loudest. Did Athena ever truly love me? I am become thee, memory and mind. And I thee. That was a cool camera trick. Can you feel it? My heart, all that I am. Also, return of Tamtara music for this, which is fitting. Yes, as if it were my own. A fathomless desire to dissect the mysteries of life, to transcend our mortal flesh and bleed into a higher plane of existence. An unquenchable thirst for knowledge, not a single thought spared for another, for the star. How disappointing. Yet what is known cannot be unknown. You've beheld my life's work. Don't care for the phrase, who she had to step on, but the idea is true. She didn't care who she had to get rid of. Try as you might to excise the memory, the seed of desire remains, and when it takes root, you too shall be consumed by the selfsame fervor. Wow, rude. Rude prank. Right, yeah. I will dig it out. I will dispense with the corruption in my soul ere your rotten insight spreads. It was my weakness that let this wickedness fester, but never again. Today I cast aside fickle emotion and abide in duty alone. Today I renounce all that I was and live only as La Habrea. But wait, the mask is that... okay. I mean, that's very dramatic. I guess that was you splitting yourself in half. And all that. Thus did I forsake the part of myself that had been polluted by Athena, sealing it within a crystal. Never did I think I would one day face those memories made flesh. Forgive my bluntness, but your actions bordered on insanity. To go to such lengths to escape your memories, you nearly rewrote your very existence. Rest assured, the change did not go unnoticed by our colleagues in the convocation. Igayorm and Emmett Selk in particular made plain the suspicions they harbored. As well they should have. That you escaped with your life was nothing short of a miracle. Why didn't you destroy the crystal then and there? Did you think to one day make use of the knowledge it contained? I will not deny such considerations played into my decision, but my main motivation was fear. I'd never attempted such a feat before. The crystal was my sole recourse should something go awry with the remainder of my soul. In hindsight, to cling to it was a mistake born of doubt. Athena must have anticipated that I would resort to such measures, and prepared a vessel beforehand that would accept the dregs of my soul. Hephaestus doubtless believed he was performing his duty as a husband and father should. That in doubt he was but a puppet, yet in truth he was but a puppet being pulled to and fro by Athena's desires. His goal was not to raise himself high. He thought only of seeing his dear Athena live again, that she might finish what she began. Yet for all of that, he and I were alike. We yet shared a fatal flaw, you see. Our need for control blinded us to other perspectives. While I was enthralled to Hephaestus, you called out to me. What say you now? Does La Habrea speak true? Glance. Nod. He did promise. Yes, and now it's your turn to do the same. Or what does your heart tell you? Yeah, you should tell him about how you feel. Or whatever that means. I just want to know one thing. Did you truly believe that hiding the truth was best for me, even knowing how I felt about my mother? The La Habrea I know had a fatal flaw, after all. I'm still not convinced. I have said all that I can say. Now it is for you to choose to believe me or not. That's not answering the question. The La Habrea I know holds duty above all else. I would sooner prostrate myself before an erupting volcano than place my fickle emotions in his path. That's real specific. When you return to the surface, you'll doubtless don that mask once more. So before we climb out of this forsaken pit, I suppose I should say... Thank you, Hephaestus. Guess that must have been his name before the whole, title. That was probably... Please invent technology to not have the quest jingle. For when it is not appropriate to have the quest jingle. I mean, it's kind of fine there. Hephaestus was far more than an imitation of La Habrea. He was quite literally a part of him. But La Habrea to me is a man who thinks of naught but his duty. By casting aside the burden that Hephaestus represented, he shall become ever more himself, in a way. I have said that all that needs to be said. From this moment forward, I pledge that my heart shall not lead me astray. I have heard enough. There is more I would yet discuss, but we should first return to Pandaemonium's gates. I'll gather my thoughts on the way. Athena viewed Erichthonios as the ideal test subject. Hephaestus's research must have been very nearly complete to seek him out like he did. From some angles, the talking to selection just makes it look like he's got like glowing... Like he's a car with glowing lights under it, but like for his robe. I forget the name of that feature that you can place on a car. But it makes it look like his robe just emits a green glow at the bottom. Undercarriage lights. Sounds right. We regained complete control of the facility, but it shall take some time yet until things are in working order again. But there's like 4 more fights to do. I think. I owe you an apology, Sucro. It was due to my own inexperience that Hephaestus was so easily able to take hold of my mind. I also owe you thanks. If you and Themis hadn't chosen to brave the chaos occurring in Pandaemonium, then I would never have known La Habrea's story. My father's story. Nod. It was a tale I, too, was fascinated to hear. I very much look forward to speaking with Azim upon my return. I cannot help but wonder how much of this she foresaw. I'm afraid I cannot allow that, Elidibus. So long as you retain control of Pandaemonium, there is work to be done. But of course, I shall first free the remaining warders and restore this place to its former glory. Using the facilities in Tartarus, we should be able to reverse the changes made to their bodies and minds. I shall stay behind to oversee the process. That is well, but I must yet learn why I was considered to be the key to Hephaestus' experiments, and how he intended to revive Athena. Such questions are best left unanswered. In fact, I forbid the pursuit of that knowledge. The boundary between man and creation shall never again be crossed. And I intend to destroy the crystal containing Hephaestus' essence, that this mistake never again repeats. I see no reason to gainsay your judgment. There is yet the matter of your crystal, however. Truth be told, I'd not considered its origin until I saw the one containing Hephaestus' ether. I was struck by how wholly different they were. There is another? Explaining. While imbuing a crystal with memories is a simple process, storing a message, a warning even, would be something altogether more complex. This also means that someone besides the present company and Azim was aware of the plot unfolding within Pandaemonium. Then why would they not make themselves known even now? No threats remain. Perhaps it was one of the other warders. We shall question them after they are freed. Thinking. Nod. That task may take some time, a resource I'd rather not steal more of from you. Return at your leisure, and we'll share our results then. You've done more than enough for the time being. I am of the same mind. Leave the loose ends to us and continue upon your journey. Or, if you are so inclined, take a much-needed repose. This talk of journeys smacks of Azim. This smacks of Azim, I say as I overturn the barbecue. God. I will turn the fourth circle of Abyssos into the fourth circle of shit. Or whatever. I guess the fourth circle would have been Asphodelos, but you get the idea. As well it should. She's pledged to keep moving until she's seen every corner of the world. If you do find yourself with a spare moment, you might bring that crystal of yours to La Habrea. He may be able to offer further insight. Until then, my friend. Nod. Stay tuned for next time when I may or may not be a completely different job again. I don't know. Well, I mean, I wasn't this time because I was Sage last time, but you know what I mean. The crystal that hangs from Erichthonios' waist is a gift from me, made in the hopes that it would spark growth in his aptitude for magic. 'Tis plain he no longer requires it, but I see no reason he cannot wear it for a while longer. I had never noticed that aspect of your design being distinct from the other ones, actually, or never thought about it. As you may have noticed during our battle, La Habrea's mask crowns me when I have transformed. It is said that we manifest in a way that reflects our innermost selves. I thought that that mask a symbol of the chains that bound my heart, but recent events have caused me to reconsider that assumption. I look forward to your returning with the crystal, but worry not, I shall try my level best to stave off loneliness while you're gone. You know, I could just teleport probably at this point. Wait. Yeah. I didn't notice that either. I think you might have mentioned it before. Flame Snake Man. That's almost as good as Fire Toad Man from Mega Man or Rockman, the mobile game that's not X-Dive. That I forgot the name of for my joke. Why, if it isn't Sucro. Excuse me if I'm not my usual chipper self, but we have not been without our difficulties in your absence. You see, communication with the airship Professor Claudian commissioned for his search was lost some time ago. Now we have quite lost track of where he might be. Gasp. To make matters worse, Nemjiji has just sent word of an unusually large amount of energy coming from somewhere within the ethereal sea. I was just on my way to the Itioscope, in fact. Please, you must come with me. This seems bad. What does this mean? Oh. That's bad. What is that? Is it real? That's bad. Why is it that whenever danger visits the world, you are never far behind? Of course it's Fortuno. And you two, Professor Claudian's assistants, I take it? As you arrived before me, I take it you are involved in this. I would thank you to furnish me with an explanation. I'm always trying to deal with the problems, and you just happen to find the problems also. That's all it is. Anyway, that's bad. Well, the research summary you submitted to the forum gave us no cause for concern. These details are alarming. The professor's last message indicated he was on his way to Aziz's Law, but we know not whether he ever reached his destination. Nod. Thinking. A rash endeavor even for Claudian, but he has ever allowed the thrill of discovery to cloud his better judgment. We have no recourse but to entreat Ishgard's aid in searching for him. As for that unsightly fortress which materialized in the ethereal sea, Pandaemonium, was it? It cannot be left alone. I like how Fortuno's like, Pandaemonium is ugly looking. It totally clashes with the aesthetic of the ethereal sea location. What a terrible fortress. There's no feng shui here after all. For the time being, information regarding this matter must be strictly controlled as to minimize panic. We will gather those with knowledge of the ethereal sea and continue monitoring it for further irregularities. You two submit a detailed report to the forum at once. Nod, nod. At present, we have far more questions than answers. Nevertheless, I would ask for your assistance at such a time that our investigation has concluded. Nod. Very good. Now, if you will excuse me, I must apprise the forum of what has occurred here. Nod. Nod. Just when we needed him the most, Professor Claudian remains unaccounted for. He even brought the crystal with him. We were left with scarce few straws to grasp at. While I'm but a lowly assistant, even I can see that our two current problems are likely related. The same party or phenomenon may be responsible for both. Conversely, I see now that my unexperienced imagination failed to do Pandaemonium's pitiless spires justice. I can only wonder, if the facility itself traversed the ages, did the creations within do the same? What of the keywords? But answers to these questions shall come in time, I am sure. For now, I must do as Master Fortuno asked and write that report. As for you, Sucro, pray get what rest your responsibilities will allow. When next we call upon you, I wager we shall need you in prime condition. Eater of Souls? That doesn't sound great. Well, that was Abyssos. Pandaemonium 2. And that's all we're doing for today. God, that is quite something, I guess. Waiting for the patch and having that just sitting there the whole time. So yeah, this was Final Fantasy XIV, featuring rabbits and robots and Pandaemonium 2 out of 3. I don't know how to solve the dilemma of what job I should be focusing on trying to improve as. Maybe I will have some insights. Thank you for petting Calico. Maybe I will have some insights before the next stream or something. I don't know. I need to figure out ways to alleviate my own anxieties, and I don't know how to do that. But overall, I probably did pretty okay in those fights. At least. So yeah. As usual, if you're interested in the various links, borealrobin.card.co. Have a good rest of your day and or night. And I'll see you next stream. Thanks for watching. Good night, everyone.